see if the microphone works there. Okay.
All right. Hold on, is it down? Yes, okay, we're live.
Cool.
All right. Well, welcome.
Hold on, let me start recording.
Go ahead, Jim.
As I was saying, welcome. We've started our fall weather here. I don't know how the weather is for you, but we are having a nice time of cooler temperatures and sunny days, so it's fun.
Really?
Great to get out.
How fun is it, Jim?
It's great to be outside.
How great is it to be outside, Jim?
I
feel like I'm in an interview TV show, how do you do this?
Yeah, you're a bad interviewer.
We're doing a little test with our levels, if you're wondering.
Oh, are you having to explain now?
Because they got to hear my voice too, and I didn't know what to say, so I thought I would explain it to say something.
I like our introductions. They're not quite so formal, are they?
No.
We try to have a little bit of fun so the crew can do the audio video check to make sure everything's good before we really get into the program. So I will say though, as we're doing all that, wow, that was a nice meditation this morning that Kelsie did, that 2.5 hours. I did the whole thing of, I usually do, but sometimes I'll start earlier. And but I kind of started and did the whole thing today with the program timing, and wow, I had some nice experience. So I might be sharing about that this afternoon as we do our talks. We'll see. So that was really nice.
Good.
Yeah. Your turn. We're still doing audio video checks.
Oh boy, I got that cough again.
Well, I'm ready to do some announcements. Are you guys ready?
Already?
Yeah, as long as thumbs up on all the audio video.
I won't know till I'm done with my announcements.
Oh, okay.
Because it's a minute delay.
That's right. Can you get in?
I'll just go
Do we
through.
need to move forward?
No, because we have your chairs perfectly centered. All right, well, welcome back, everybody. Just a few announcements. For all the initiates, just a reminder, we're doing the European Initiate-Only Retreat this coming Sunday, Saturday and Sunday, so you all should have gotten an email from Tanya on Friday. Mm-hmm. So check your inbox, and you'll get another reminder on Friday with the links and the timetable and all of that stuff. So if you haven't received it, email us at info@ilm.org, and we will get that information to you. Other than that, everything just is rolling along as usual. Next month we have our classes as they've always been. So it's kind of it for any event type announcements.
We're into the school year. And rolling. And it's we got our
going
exams
fast.
coming up next weekend.
Right?
For those
initiates.
of you joining the initiates retreat.
For all you initiates. So yeah, just some reminders. If you have any issues with the audio and video of this live stream, please refresh your page first. If that doesn't work, then close your browser, reopen your browser, try it again. If that doesn't work, shut down your device and just reboot the whole thing, and that should work. If not, there is a report a problem form that you can click on, and I will check it every half an hour and try to support you via email the best I can. You can also jump over to YouTube on our YouTube channel. I would suggest just doing that rather than back and forth with me, but if you want to stay on the website, then you can email me. But yeah, check out the YouTube channel. That's live as well. And just a reminder, I guess the last one would be just that we turn off our cell phones or put them on airplane mode so that we all have a one-pointed focus on spirit today. and just using this time to really connect inwardly and let the world go.
I know, Jim's always the worst. Did you turn yours off?
I did the phone, I didn't do the watch.
So, we all have many devices. So,
Yeah.
watches, phones, tablets. Obviously, if you're on that device to do this class, you can't go on airplane mode.
Just mute your WhatsApp and
But
calling and texting.
You could turn your notifications off and maybe go on Do Not Disturb.
There you go, that
So
works.
you can keep your Wi-Fi signal and be here with us. So, yeah, and then we
And
will.
if you don't do it, we're gonna block you from attending that.
And then if you are new and you're listening in, after Jim or Brian will guide us in a meditation, and we'll each do a talk, and then we'll take about a half an hour, 40-minute break, and to which you can email your questions at info@ilm.org during the break. And then we'll move into Q&A. It's typically from 4 to 6 o'clock Central Standard Time. And I will read your question out loud, and then they will answer. So enjoy class.
And just to make sure too, if you use a report a problem, it is for technical things. It's not if you have any issues with myself or Jim.
Yeah, just audio, video issues. If you have other issues, you need to take it up with them directly. Don't email Tanya or I. We cannot help you.
We can't help ourselves.
Yeah. Enjoy.
We will.
Cool. Wow. All right.
Very good.
Anything else?
Not that I know
Wanna
of.
cover?
No.
We'll give the crew a minute to just get set up. We got a thumbs up, so we're good on everything. And I always like that. I'm glad Kelsie mentions it every time, because I know we have new people coming on, but even those of us who've been doing this a while, once in a while, if your computer freezes up or does something, just reboot it. It's always the easiest thing. Or if it's just our website, just, re-engage it or go to the YouTube channel. We don't really have much issues now. So usually if there is an issue, that's why we take the time like we do now. Not only like Kelsie doing announcements, but it gives us time to do all the audio video checking on everything. So that way it gives you time as well if you have any issues on your end that you can just see, because everybody's got their internet connections. So we take the time to check it here before we start. And when we get the thumbs up like I just did from Kelsie there, we know everything's good on our end. And I say that just so y'all know, because I know most of the time when people have internet connection problems, they always blame the other person. So I'm telling you, it's not our fault. It's yours. Not really, it's internet service provider, right? So just to double check, just to be practical like that, because I know it's frustrating if your screen freezes up or something. Just keep that in mind. It usually works pretty well just to reboot. So I guess that's kind of what we're doing when we're meditating, isn't it? Rebooting?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so we're going to move into meditation. Just a quick review again, if there's anybody new attending today, that the format we usually do between starting at 1, well, you saw the first 10, 15 minutes, and we go till approximately 6. Sometimes we end earlier, sometimes we'll go later, depending on the questions. But usually the first couple hours here, we take some time and do around a half an hour or so of meditation. And then after that, Jim and I will do a sharing. And then we'll take a break, usually about 30 to 45 minutes. And then we come back again for Q&A, and usually that's around from 4 to 6 or so. So that's the schedule for today. And we're going to go ahead and move into meditation. Do you want to do it or you want me to?
I'll let you do it today.
Okay. All right, so we're going to give everybody a few moments just to get settled in. As you can see, we're moving around ourselves. Just get yourself situated, whether you're sitting up or laying down or reclining. You just want to get yourself comfortable. Just adjust whatever you need to. Some of you have the eye visors you can put over your eyes to block out any of the outer light. So it makes it a little easier to focus on the inner light. And that's not a pun, that's the truth. So if you're already settled in as we're waiting for the others, you can go ahead and just close your eyes whenever you're ready. And as you do, just draw your attention inwards and upwards to the seat of the soul, that place that resides above the eyebrows, in the center, on the top of the head. Just bring your attention here. And as you do, just allow yourself to relax, and allowing that sensation of peace to just move from the top of your head and down through your body. And to support this, you can use a simple technique. You can see an inner light, like the golden white light or the purple light, just sitting at the top of your head. And each time you breathe in, just breathe this light in from the top of your head and through that spiritual door. Just breathe it down through your body and literally see and feel that inner light just moving through your body. And just observe the movement and notice what you feel, what you hear, what you see, what you know. Whatever your experience, just observe as you keep breathing in this inner light upon each in-breath. We're just focusing on the in-breath right now, filling your body and filling the consciousness around the body with this light. So let it just build and fill you as you breathe it in. You may even see it or experience it as a waterfall or a river of light. As it just pours in you and through you. Just allowing it to fill you. Be aware of it, even down in the bottoms of your feet, the soles of your feet. Be aware of that divine presence. Now from the bottoms of your feet, just beginning to rise and fill from your feet on upwards through your legs, your torso, on up through your hands and arms, right on up into your neck and into your head. And just begin to see this inner light now spilling out over the top of your head, much like a fountain or a glass of water that you fill to overflowing, so that this inner light begins to overflow as you keep breathing it in. And it begins to overflow and now wash around the body in the energy field, the aura. Let this overflow just begin to fill all of your consciousness all around you. All at the same time, you're just observing and allowing it to move as you just keep breathing it in and allowing it to overflow. And now as this light just fills even the energy around you, just begin now to continue filling up on the in-breath, but now on the out-breath, I want you to begin to see this light flowing beyond you, So breathe in and let the light fill you and surround you. And on the out-breath, let the light now move beyond you, beyond the body, beyond the energy around your body. Let it just begin to flow, again like a fountain or glass of water, just overflowing now, spilling out over the edges, flowing out in all directions on each out-breath. So breathe in the light on the in-breath, and breathe out the light on the out-breath. Or shall I say rather, on the out-breath, let the overflow breathe out all around you. This is literally what it is when we say to give of our overflow. So just allow this light of loving to overflow now, spilling out in all directions around you, letting it just keep moving, letting it go wherever it does as you just continue to breathe in the light and breathe out the light. You may be aware as this goes and touches to others or situations or circumstances in your life or just anywhere around you, even with complete strangers, or just see it going out and you have no idea where it goes. Just allow it to flow and to go wherever God wishes. For it's not up to us to direct it. It is up to us just to live it and to be it. And allow God to live in us and through us, however God wishes. So let that loving essence of God now just overflow into the world around you, in every area of your experience, so that you personally have that light of loving work with you and through you, through every aspect of your life, touching into all of your relationships, whether it's family or friends, whether it's people close to you or just even acquaintances. Just allow that light to touch to them. And see it going into your relationships with your work, your service, your schooling, your studies. See it going into other areas, even into areas like your car, your bank accounts, your finances. No matter what the relationship, just allow the light to go into all areas. Now seeing it going beyond to those that are working with you and supporting you and whatever it is you're doing in your life. Just allow that light to touch every area. Don't withhold. Just allow it to move freely. All you have to do is hold your focus at the seat of the soul. Breathe in and breathe out. And allow this light of loving to move in you, around you, and through you, and beyond you. And as it does, you may be aware that it'll bring everything into alignment, into balance and peace, and assist you in bringing balance and peace to those areas that may be in disturbance, where you may be in reaction, where you may find yourself struggling or challenged. Just allow the light to go here. Just bringing peace and alignment so that everything gets worked out according to God's will, as you choose to allow God to participate in you and through you, and as you choose to let go and just surrender to this action of loving. Be willing to trust and have faith that we don't need to control it all or know it all, but all we've got to do is surrender to God and allow God to handle it and allow God to support us and bring to us those situations and circumstances and awareness of what is ours to handle, so that we handle it in loving, we handle it with intention and purpose, we handle it with acceptance and, of course, forgiveness. Every aspect of life. So just allow this to continue flowing and unfolding as you now bring your attention back to the seat of the soul and continue the same process now into the realm of imagination, just like you allowed it to flow out and overflow into your physical life. Now just continue breathing in and breathing out, and see this inner light again as a fountain, just filling your imagination and overflowing. So breathe it into your imagination and breathe out to all your fantasies, your visualizations, your desires, your wishes, your wants, your frustrations, your lusts, your greed, your power struggles. Just allow this light to go into all those areas that are part of the imagination or the astral realm. And just let the light once again bring peace and alignment, where you begin to find even your imagination, your fantasies, your desires aligning with this light of loving, that even though you may find yourself in struggle, you choose to allow this light to come into those areas, that even in the realm of imagination, you find it coming to peace, and even your fantasies changing to align with this flow of loving. So just be willing once again to let go and allow this light of God to move into all those areas. This is often the most challenging, is to let go of all those expectations or desires of those things we think we want or need. And just give them up to God. Just surrender. And allow this light of loving to just carry them and transform them however God wishes. And if you notice, as you look at this fountain effect of the light spilling over, you'll notice below it, you see it still spilling over into the physical. As you continue breathing in and out, that this light is flowing on the physical level, through the astral now. And now allow yourself to come up into the realm of the emotions, or the causal realm, allowing this overflow and effect as a fountain to move into your emotions now, as you simply observe and allow and invite this light into your emotions and all your feelings, all your drama and trauma, all your upset and fears and doubts, all those emotional needs that are unfulfilled, and expectations that you have on yourself, that you have on others, that you have on the world around you, no matter what the situation or circumstances. Just allow that inner light now to wash through all of your emotions. And through that movement of loving, it restores, it realigns, it brings the emotional response into the natural impulse of the soul, which is joy. So just allow the joy of the soul and that light of loving to permeate the emotions now. And allow that joy to bring that enthusiasm and peace and comfort. So that emotional fulfillment is restored to the natural alignment with the soul, so that we begin to have those healthy emotional responses through a movement of loving. And just allow that loving to spill over to all the areas that are out of balance, that are in disturbance. Just allow the loving to fill those areas and be replaced with the joy, the enthusiasm, the peace. Just begin to find your emotional responses responding in this loving and joy now, where you begin to experience more gratitude and acceptance for the emotional side of life, allowing yourself a freedom to no longer hold back how you feel, to allow the freedom of that emotional expression through loving and joy, even into your emotional disturbance. Allow the freedom here, the acceptance and the loving, so that the joy begins to replace the disturbance according to what is going to best serve you as God wills it and wishes it, in loving and supporting you on your journey through the emotions. So just continue to allow this light of loving to fill, to restore all the emotions in every way, so that everything is just washed in this light. And just allowing yourself to experience the peace and the comfort as you joyfully now lift higher into the realm of mind. And now allowing this river of loving as that fountain effect of spilling over into the mental realm, into our thoughts, our belief systems, whether rigid or flexible, whether hard or soft, permeable. Just allow that loving to move into any rigid thinking. Just understanding the mind becomes stiff and unflexible because of the belief systems, not realizing the limitations we have created within ourselves by believing anything. When we move into a righteousness, that righteousness is a rigidity that causes separation, that does not allow this flow of loving to move freely into all the areas through our mind. So just see these walls within just beginning to crumble as you see this light of loving, maybe even like water, light of water just crumbling, washing away the walls, the limitations that we have placed through our thinking, our beliefs, our rigidity. So just allowing the mind to become more open and receptive. So just see, feel, know, experience this loving, moving now beyond those boundaries of limitation. So that the whole mental realm within you is just filled with nothing left untouched, nothing left unsaturated. But allow the light of loving to permeate every thought, every box or label or judgment that we've created through the mind. Literally allow the loving to open all the boxes, to dissolve all the barriers. For it is the mind that is often the greatest barrier, that either opens up and allows this greater movement of loving or causes separation and againstance that begins to create the rigidity and the belief systems by which we choose to live life. So choose a higher action now. Give yourself the freedom to be open and allow yourself to move into new thoughts, new experiences, new ways of perceiving. Just letting go of even believing, but rather moving into new ways of perceiving. Allowing your point of view to lift to the higher mind, where we begin to experience that universal consciousness, where the soul can begin to tap into and touch to every aspect of the mind. So just allow this inner light to completely now fill the mind, the mental realm, as it brings it all to peace, to union, to oneness. No barriers, no disturbance, no division, but unity, conscious awareness, oneness. For as we allow this, it'll stir the mind to now look up to that source of life, to the source that is the light that gives it life. So allow now the upper mind, the higher mind, to turn ever upwards towards that source of light as it begins to appear, and as we move in our consciousness into the etheric realm, the unconscious mind that is all dark, void. As we allow ourselves to move, we understand why it's called the etheric realm or the great void, where the soul often goes unconscious as it lifts to this level. But through the action of that inner light and the inner sound, through the extension of God's grace in the radiant form of the Holy Spirit, we allow that action now to lift us, to light the way through this realm of darkness, through our unknowing, our unawareness. We reach out in loving. We invite God in to lay the path before us so that we may walk it clearly, that we may know it and see it, that we have that inner awareness and understanding that this is the way for our greater good, our greater awakening, to come into the true knowing of who we are as that child of God. So just allow that inner light to now fill and move through you as you keep breathing in and breathing out. to allow this light to now flow over into the unconscious, filling it with loving, with awareness, with understanding and knowing, so that you awaken even through that which is unconscious to allow it to become conscious, or simply to dissolve. For here all the last remnants of all the false illusionary beliefs, thoughts, feelings, fantasies, all begin to dissolve. So just allow this loving to dissolve the last remnants of everything below, so that truly nothing is left but you, that is that light of God, that you stand awake and aware as now God begins to direct you through this etheric realm. And you allow that light to move in and through you, dissolving any unawarenesses, anything unconscious, anything within this realm of the unconscious, within you and around you, that holds you back, where you have attachment or fear of the unknown, fear of the darkness, and the fear of fear itself. Allow that light of awareness and loving to simply to dissolve all of this within you, so that truly nothing is left that stands between you and God. And now just allowing yourself to lift, to allow that light and sound of the Holy Spirit to lift you now beyond the etheric and into the soul realm, into that true first realm from which the soul was created, from which the soul has come, into this physical creation. Now let it return and be restored back to its true home in this realm of paradise, the true Garden of Eden, the true inner sanctuary, where we as the light of God reside and know ourselves and know our Creator. So just be in this clear, full experience of you that is loving itself as God created you. Allow yourself to experience fully the divine spark, the light of God that you are. Be aware of your inner light, the brilliant golden white light of the soul. And just allowing yourself to be totally present with yourself, with the soul self. Seeing this light radiating from you, yourself, as it just radiates, going outwards. Just be aware of your own inner light. And so as you come to that place of peace and knowing of the truth of who you are, begin to look upwards ever higher, looking upwards towards the source, knowing that God created you, knowing that there is a God, one God. So just look upwards in your inner knowing, in your inner vision, looking for that greatest light. Often appears as a sun or the face of God itself, or a form often referred to as Sat Purush, or the Lord of the soul realm, as God is individualized as the creator of the soul. So look to the source, look to God, and you'll know when you find it, because you will experience that radiant loving of God's beingness, ever beckoning you closer, calling you home. So just allow yourself to follow this, that radiant light of God's loving as it draws you nearer. You may be moved with a profound loving and gratitude for having awakened to the source. So just allow now God's loving to draw you ever closer, allowing God to draw you into that greater union where you begin to move into the greater oneness with God itself. So just continue now. The inner journey as God draws you ever into itself, and even beyond the realm of soul, where each child is individualized, where each spark of God is individualized as a soul. Allow God to draw you now into the ocean of loving of the realms of spirits, above the soul realm from which all the souls have come, into that beingness of God itself. Just let go and allow God to bring you home. And so we're going to move into a little time of silence as we just continue now this inner sacred journey into that greater oneness with God. Just continue allowing yourself to be in this divine presence and this oneness with God. Just continue experiencing that movement of loving, however it wishes to move, and you allow to experience. Just allowing yourself to awaken into this divinity, into this oneness, where you come aware that you and God are one. And just allowing God to direct your life now, to move you in and through all experiences on all levels in every realm, that you just surrender and allow that grace of God's Holy Spirit to carry you however God wishes. And all we have to do is just surrender and keep our eye on God. God first and God only. And allowing God to live in us and through us, experiencing all that God wishes us to experience. So keep all the doors open through every realm, through every level, as we just walked through in this meditation. Keep all the doors open. Use the keys you've been given with the inner light and the inner sounds and the sacred names. As we keep the doors open, it keeps us in alignment so that we walk through everything in oneness with God, so that we can always live in that divine presence and experience it on every level, in every way, in all that we do and all that we are. So even as you find yourself becoming more physically aware and present, just allow your attention to first come to the seat of the soul. And just always returning your attention here, letting this be the place from which you live as you are here in this physicality. Stay centered, stay present. For at the seat of the soul is your beingness, the divine spark that you are. So as you hold your attention here in yourself, then all that you experience and all you do will be a living, loving expression of your creativity and joy and loving. As you allow yourself to come more present here, again, just keeping the doors open so you allow that awareness through all the levels. That even as you move into more physical awareness, you keep that inner knowing and awareness with you. And so as you're ready, you can open your eyes if you wish, just allowing that loving and grace to continue flowing as that river or fountain of light. Wow, okay.
That was a good meditation.
Yeah.
Very
Haven't done a
nice.
long guided one like that in a while.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, it's nice. So, kind of having a hard time coming back to talk. Well, I do know what I want to share about some, though. Probably a couple things, actually. I referred to, before we started meditation, some of my own experience this morning doing the meditation that the group did this morning that Kelsie guided. And it was just very nice for me because I had some nice inner awarenesses, and one of the more profound ones that I really love having, and I know they're not too often, but this morning I found myself at the end of the meditation gathered right at the seat of the soul, but it was the whole frontal lobe of my head. I found myself present in what we'd call the upper room, or that seat of the soul there, that inner sanctum here, physically, in which the soul resides, why we call it the seat. And I was literally there, present in all my consciousness, and I was aware of this beautiful, energetic energy of a beautiful, like a lotus, fully open, fully blossomed, and I could feel the energy, the intensity growing and building, and I knew at any moment I am going to explode into God. Because I've had that experience actually before, but more out of body, going into God, where this was actually in my body, right here, just present, right in that upper room, ready just to explode into God's beingness right here. And it's been a little while since I've had one of those types of experiences, and it was just fantastic. And then once you know it, and this happens so many times, that when those experiences happen, I find myself often getting really still, so I don't do any movement to disturb or stop the experience. So I just let it unfold. So I was very still, just totally present and focused into the experience. And I could feel my physical breath so still, but I was all exhaled, and I knew I needed to breathe in. And I knew if I breathed in, well, sure enough, I finally had to take a breath, and as I did, it pulled me out of the experience and back more into the physical consciousness rather than the soul consciousness within this physical. So it's just like, oh man. I mean, how many times have we had experiences like that? For those who've been meditating for a while, I've heard this over Q&A over the years. Well, I have them too, just so you know. It's happened to me over and over the years where I come into this fantastic inner experience, and I know it's this amazing awakening. And just before it actually finishes or fulfills itself, all of a sudden I come back into the body. Well, once again, that was my experience this morning. So like, okay, better luck next time, right? That's often the case. The good news is what I found, that even when, well, a couple things, even when the experience seems to stop before it fulfills itself, or maybe what I would call fulfilling it by going into it fully, well, I've come to realize that's often the fulfillment in that moment, that all I need. And over time, and I find those experiences are often the beginning now, the beginnings of moving into a greater awakening. And that's the key, is that greater awakening that is always unfolding within us as we continue on the spiritual journey and doing the meditation practice we do. And not to get frustrated or discouraged when it seems like it ends sooner than what we would want. Because I have this regularly. That's often the case, like I just described that. Over all the years, I've been doing this 33 years now, and it's always been the case like that for me. But I have found, as I continue doing it over time, that eventually I actually do move into the fullness of the experience. Like I will have a very similar or the same type of experience multiple times, spread over time, usually over many months, sometimes even more than a year or two. And actually sometimes it's 2 to 3 years often, that it can often take to go through this awakening process. And in that, I have found once we go through each step, there will be at some point now where we do fulfill and have the full experience of whatever that was where we started. So I can know it within 2 to 3 years. I'm hoping more like 2 to 3 days or weeks or months, because it can be that too. I've had all that there is now the full experience of like what happened this morning. So I know what that's like to go into the heart of God out of body. But now to have it in body, well, it'd be pretty nice. That's probably the way you've done it. Yes, of course. Mr. Clairvoyance. So it was a lot of fun for me. I always am very inspired, and I can't even say motivated's not even a accurate or big enough word. Enthused, how I feel like that. And this is what has always motivated me, to have those inner experiences that are truly awakenings or new beginnings, a new birth within our consciousness. And here is the main theme I really want to touch on today, is that it's so important for all of us to realize that as we are doing this spiritual journey on this path of sound and light, this process of spiritual awakening, it literally is a birthing. It's a new beginning. It is the soul, who we really are now, beginning to awaken to the greater truth of who we are as a spiritual being, and really beginning to wake up from where we've come. And eventually, of course, into the greater beingness of God, just like the guided meditation. That's, of course, the journey. We all understand that. That's why most of us are doing this pathway and doing the meditation. And that really does not only happen, but there are the stages along the way. There's new beginnings. That's plural. So we're going to have stages in life, just like each day is a new beginning. Each month is a new beginning. Each year is a new beginning. That's why we celebrate New Year's. We have the end of the year and then the New Year's. There's a death and a birth, or a birth and a death. And it's funny because we all don't look forward to the death part, but we often will look forward to the birth. We celebrate the new year. And it's that celebration, though, that is literally like that experience I had this morning where it's almost like a burst, and that's the celebration. I've even seen it, just like we have fireworks out here celebrating, I've literally seen it on the inner as well, spiritually, where there's literally fireworks, like the celebration of a new awakening, a new beginning. As the soul is journeying through these inner realms back towards God, it'll have these awakening experiences, or new beginnings, a new birth, as it moves through each realm and through different experiences along the way. And I know I share my own experience from time to time in here, and sometimes I know I hear from people who say, Brian, I don't have any experiences, so how do I know what's going on? How come I don't have these experiences? Well, guess what? You do have them regardless if you remember or are conscious of them or not. If you are authentically, sincerely, and have that intention of awakening to God, of getting liberated, of doing this journey here we teach of spiritually, you are having those experiences when you're doing the meditation, when you're making the effort, you're taking those actions that we share here. You're going to have that. And even if you don't have the inner experience like I'm describing today, you will begin to recognize, even in your physical life, the reflection of these new beginnings or new births or new awakenings. It can look many different ways. One, sometimes, when we have the light bulb goes off and we get the idea, eureka! Like we get this great idea, and sometimes that idea may be a new phase in our life, a new step, a new beginning. We go a different direction. We move, literally physically move somewhere else. We change our careers. We go to a new job. We have a new relationship. Somehow a light goes off inside of us where we know it's a new beginning, and there's a spark where we get excited of now the next phase, the new beginning. Those are what I'm talking about. When you have those in your physical life, that's a movement of something within you awakening, where you, the soul now, has completed an aspect or a part of the journey of even your physical life, but really spiritually. Remember, the spiritual journey reflects down into our physical consciousness. So in that process, even in the physical consciousness, we are going to find our awareness right here physically. Our thoughts, our feelings, just our awarenesses, our inner knowings are going to change and transform. Well, those are really spiritual awakenings. Call them inspirations, call them intuitions, call them whatever you want. Those are the spiritual awakenings where literally we are bursting into that greater God essence within us, step by step. And eventually there will be the full burst into that oneness with God. But we're going to have those step by step along the way. And that's where I find it keeps me motivated, enthused, and find it a joyful process that even after like all the years of doing this, it always reinvigorates me, keeps me going, keeps things fresh and new in the moment. So look for that in your own life. Keep doing the meditation, and of course I know we all want these inner experiences, and we will have them from time to time. If you really make the effort and sincerely have that as an intention, and you pay attention to your meditations, you make the effort, take the actions, and your dreams as well, or even throughout the day. How many times have you been like in the shower or just driving in the car or something where you're just kind of focused doing whatever and your mind's just kind of wandering, but all of a sudden you have this great idea or something just moves and opens in you? It can come in all these different ways, or just in a dream state. All of a sudden you can have some dream, you go, oh my God, this dream was amazing. It's like, it was so real. It's like I was really there, like physically it seems like. People call it lucid dreaming, and it is, but there's even beyond lucid dreaming that we know is out-of-body experiences. So pay attention to all of that, because life happens on all these levels, in all these different ways, within our consciousness in a myriad of ways. But we need to pay attention and have that conscious intention of spiritual awakening. And as we have that, in that it focuses our attention where we become more awake to our awakening process. Does that make sense? Did you hear that? We become awake to our awakening process. Kind of a funny way to put it, right? But that's what we're doing in meditation, is that we are literally observing, becoming aware, becoming awake of our soul's awakening process. In other words, what I'm just describing. So you want to have that intention inwardly as you live your life inside of yourself. But do pay attention as well to the outer reflection, to see those changes in your physical life, to see the changes in your emotional states, your mental states, your belief systems, to see how your perceptions, your points of view change as you move along life. You could say as you grow, as you expand, as you let go of one way of doing or being and start to incorporate a new way of doing or believing, because you find it works for you better now than maybe what you've done in the past. But you see, that's another way to recognize, like I'm saying now, a new beginning, a new awakening. So even on the physical level, if you pay attention in your life, you are going to see that. And then if you see that in your physical life, because here's the cool thing too, when it's truly in action of spirit and your soul awakening, you are going to have life-changing experiences that are just going to happen whether you resist them or not. Because your soul and God knows not only what is best for you, for your highest good, but truly what you want on that spiritual level. The physical level, the ego, the personality here is just busy awakening to that awakening process. Is making a little more sense now, that phrase? What we're doing in meditation here, for this level of our consciousness, is just awakening to the soul's awakening process, to knowing the greater truth spiritually, who we are, our inner journey, and all that we go through on that journey back into the heart of God. And another one I actually had a few months ago, but it tied into today, an experience where I was moving through higher levels, and the theme of it all was see if I can remember. The theme of it all was the birth of the Christ, new beginnings. The birth of the Christ, new beginnings. And it was very interesting because I literally thought the Holy Spirit was going to bring me into the experience of Jesus in the manger being born. I know you've talked about that. You actually have had that. So I literally, in this experience, thought I was going to go have that, but I didn't. But what I did have is that Spirit carried me up and through what I'd call the lower parts of the soul realm. And there's a couple houses that I knew I had lived in before that were covered in snow, and the snow was melting, and the water, this melting, literally was dissolving and crumbling all the walls in the houses, so they were just dissolving. And I went from one and then another, and then the Spirit brought me up to another level, even in the soul realm, and there was a new house that I was just entering into. So I went, oh, the birth of the Christ, new beginnings. Well, if you've been around here in ILM, when we talk about the Christ, that is our reference for the soul awakening. So when who we are as a divine spark of God, truly begins to awaken to who we are in the soul realm, when we have that greater awakening, that is often called the birth of the Christ. The Christ is our own soul awakening, so that we move into that which is called the Christ consciousness, or our soul consciousness. Christ meaning that we, the soul of who we are, is awake to the soul of who we are. Where when we're here in this physical consciousness and have no experience, no reality or idea or knowing that there is this spiritual reality and truth, that we live asleep. That's what we'd call an unawakened soul, a soul that is asleep, dreaming, has no idea of who it is, where it's come from, what it's doing, what God is, any of it. So that we would not call a Christed soul because it is asleep. But those of us that are walking a pathway like this path to sound and light we do here, that is, we are conscientiously choosing, doing the spiritual principles, doing the meditation, and we are awakening. We eventually will awaken to our own Christ consciousness, or we, the soul, will become awake of who we are as the soul. And then we, too, are Christed, that we live in our soul awake, or our Christ consciousness, that we know who we are as the divine spark of God, and then we will begin to move into now a greater oneness with God, where first we awaken to that divine essence of who we are, and then that divine essence now begins to journey higher as it begins to move into a greater oneness with God, as it goes into the spiritual realms beyond the soul realm itself. Where in the soul realm, we will first meet up with God, often appearing just as the sun would look like in the sky here physically. But often we'll begin now, as we go higher up, as well begin to see literally God as what we call the face of God, or the face of the beloved, or the Ancient of Days, that can appear sometimes, like I like to say, like Santa Claus, the white hair and beard and all. But that's just one of the ways. But we all mostly know God in that way, because it's been taught that way through the ages. So God often will appear that way as we awaken spiritually. But that essence of God that can appear literally as a face, or even a personage, or it can look like a big Christ form, as I've seen God that way too. I've seen God many ways that way in the soul realm. That soul realm is where God, out of the oneness and formless, began to individualize itself out of the formless to create itself as a form, and through that form created all the individual sparks, or the children of God that we all are. So we will meet up with God as that form, as what you could call God the Father, God the Mother, that beingness that is individualized, or what we call Sat Purush, or that fifth name of the five names we give in initiation, that individualized aspect of God in the soul realm. We will literally come face to face with God, our Creator, and literally have a conversation just like we're having now, where you literally will talk to God and God will be talking with you. That is very real, and each of us will have that along this journey. And believe me, when that happens, one, will you be blown away and crying with gratitude and tears of loving? But that will be the biggest new beginning, new birth. And that's where you will really see your life change in every regard as you begin now a new journey. And that's where it gets interesting and definitely more exciting. So from that point forward, these new beginnings, the birth of the Christ, when we really do that, well, the first several or many years, however long it takes, because as we know, if you've been around for a while, it takes time, to do this awakening process, to become awake of our awakening so that we now know ourselves as a soul. That first action of service is to be a service to ourselves, the soul self, to do that which we need, to serve ourselves, to do that which we need to awaken to that truth. And that's why in here we give the principles we do. First, meditation, striving for the 10% of the day, the 2.5 hours, the loving, accepting, forgiving, or the laugh, and of course, taking responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. Or as I like to say, just being honest and taking ownership. We live those 3 simple things, but really sincerely make the effort. And over time, we are going to have these experiences I'm talking about like today. We are going to have the inner awakenings, guaranteed. If you're doing this, you cannot not have it happen. Guaranteed, it's just going to happen. Because when you make the choice and you truly follow through with the choice and take the action steps and apply yourself, it is going to happen. You can't stop it from happening. That's the good news, because I know sometimes people will ask us, because if they're not having inner experiences, or I like to say not remembering, or what's even more fun to me is when somebody says, gosh, I see the purple light all the time, but I don't have an experience. It makes me laugh all the time. That purple light is the Holy Spirit and the action of God's grace. That is exactly what you want. If that's all you have, well, that's really all you want, because that's really the greater oneness and beingness of God itself coming out of the spiritual realms and down through right to the seat of our soul. That's what we're seeing when we see that inner purple light and feel the peace and loving that comes with it. That is literally the direct essence of God that has come out of the ocean of love and mercy. You can't get more profound than that. Other than, of course, not only seeing it, but where you now go into it and experience now moving into oneness with it. That, of course, is a greater fullness of that we're striving for and moving into when we meditate. And that itself is what will transform us, change us, lift us into all these other experiences and into that greater awakening of our Christ consciousness. That's why in this action, it is always known and taught why we need that sacred name, why we need a spiritual teacher, to give us the keys, to give us the tools, to give us the technique, the understanding of what it is we can do for ourselves, and utilize that for our own awakening or new birth spiritually. But then it's on us. The responsibility is on us. The spiritual teachers throughout all the ages have always been here to share, to give understanding, encouragement, loving, to inspire us, to encourage us to take now the tools and utilize them so that we can have those experiences ourselves, to awaken, to come to that greater knowing, to transform ourselves. That's where we have to take personal responsibility. But in so doing, we are going to get the results, the benefit of all that. And that love and support is always there along the way. There's always going to be those that are in service to this action. Not just the spiritual teachers that are holding the mantle and sharing that sacred name, but all those assistants and servants and guides along the way that support this action. The apostles, the disciples, the representatives, the agents, if you will, of change or good or loving, those that are of service to this action of the Holy Spirit, that are there to serve the soul in its journey of awakening, as God has given each of us in action of service. First, as I said, to fulfill ourselves by doing the pathway and the journey to awaken, but then through our experience to be able to serve others now. The first service is to the self, but then to be able to take that now and share that experience, but to share it in a way like I did in the guided meditation today, that we fill ourselves first, literally from head to toe, toe to head, and overflowing. It is that overflow in truth that it needs to come from, that we then now can share that loving and then our experience of awakening. And for those of you who've already been doing this, haven't you found when you share with others how they are inspired, how they get enthused? They feel it. We all know this. We all know this. We feel it. We know it within us. We see it. We hear it. We know the truth, no matter how it's delivered. So when we can be in that alignment and flow, that we can be of assistance to others, that we are being of service to that inner light of loving. Just as we have served that for ourselves, for our own awakening, now we begin to serve that inner light in others through their awakening. But we do it in a way out of compassion and caring, that it's a joy to share our loving with one another, because that is that light of God's loving. God loves the soul, and God created the soul for the soul to love God. It's that easy. Giving and receiving, literally breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out. That's why I did that guided meditation today. Breathe it in, breathe it in, breathe it in. Well, you got to fill yourself first. You've got to be of service to that God essence within you first. And that takes time. That's why it's so important. And over all the years we've been teaching this in ILM now, we have not talked that much, but here and there, about service. And when we have, we've always talked about being of service to yourself first, because we know it takes time just to do the meditation, especially 2.5 hours a day. That's a lot. But to strive for that is the greatest action of service you can do for yourself. But if you are saying, oh, service, I'm going to go help other people and do good with other people, and you're not doing the meditation, or you're only doing half an hour a day, but you take 2 hours now being of service, doing other things for other people, is that really benefiting you and them to the greatest that it could? Sure, it can help people. Sure, it feels good to help others. But even in doing that, if you're one who has done that and you have your experience, have you found at some point that if you keep doing it, you start to feel empty or run dry? Like, wow, I'm doing so much for others, but I don't feel like I have time to do enough for myself. That's the indicator. When you realize you're not doing enough for yourself, that you're not taking care of yourself enough, you will come to that knowing at some point. Whether that takes a day, a year, a whole lifetime, at some point you're going to come to that knowing where you need to start now being of service to yourself first, to give to yourself, to take the time for the meditation, to take the time for the self-study, to take the time to practice the LAF. Take that time. But at some point in that journey, when you have done this enough, and I don't put a timeline on this, I just say take the time, because it's going to be a little different for each of us, but at some point in our journey, something's going to begin to now shift as we awaken more, and as we know that spiritual awakening, we come to that greater knowing of the soul that we are in that God essence that is, that we are all one in. At some point, as that knowing awakens within us, we will then be filled to overflowing as a very natural process, like it did in the meditation today, where now that loving is going to move from us now out into the world around us. That is the greater service, is the spirit of loving moving from us. Just because we are open and we are allowing, we're inviting, we're allowing. We're not trying to control it. We're not trying to force it. We're not trying to make it happen. We're just allowing. We are open and allowing. And as it overflows, well, in that overflow, when it's a true movement of loving, in that movement of loving, it will bring us the awareness and guide us. We'll have an inner knowing or an intuition or an inspiration of where to move, what actions to take, what to say, what to do. That's what we want to watch for, because that loving will always guide and direct us for our greater good, our greater awakening, and service to God. But that service to God can now look like serving the God in others, so that we reach out, we give a helping hand, we say some kind words, we give a hug, we demonstrate some compassion. Simple actions, just a smile of kindness, can literally transform somebody. So we want to begin to look for that and allow that to move through us, and trust and follow that and have our experience. So we let our experience guide the way, because sometimes we will all play games with this, but that's how I always encourage experimenting with all this. You've got to play the game and experiment to discover, okay, what's really that movement of loving in me and what's not? In other words, we've got to learn to develop that discernment. How are you going to know unless you experiment and have different experiences to discern the truth from that which is false, or that which we could say are other aspects of our personality or ego trying to play around, rather than the soul impulse or stirring or movement? Or really more directly, that action of God's grace and the Holy Spirit directing us, the soul, is really the greater action. But again, it's kind of step by step. So in this, and I'm talking about this today because you guys have heard me probably for a little, maybe even the last year now, saying we're going to start talking about service at some point, because more people are really having that inner awakening in the birth of the Christ within them. And so you're going to begin to find now this overflow and wanting to respond to it through actions of service to the God essence in others, now beyond self. And so that's what I'm beginning to open the doors to and speak of today. And God kind of led it that way from today's inner awakening, as well as a few months ago when I had that, the birth of the Christ, new beginnings. So there's new beginnings. Look in your own life. See the changes going on. See what new is showing up in your life. Or if it hasn't yet, is there something that's been stirring inside of you that you've been wanting to do? Something new, something different. Maybe you've been too scared to let go of the old. Maybe you're just so attached to it, you don't want it to change. Maybe. What if? But yet something inside of you just keeps egging you on, keeps pushing you. You keep like, gosh, only if, maybe I should. All those doubts, they're okay, they're part of the process. But if there is something inside of you that just doesn't stop and keeps pushing for you to do something, for a direction to move, maybe it's time to start looking at actually doing that. I'll give you an example. So part of the other experience this morning, I was working with some of our initiates, our disciples, and there's a couple of them that were doing exactly what I was doing. Well, one in particular, the husband, is actually a couple I was working with. They were looking at a new business venture, something they wanted to do in their life, but they were kind of holding back, doubting themselves, not sure. Should I really do this? Because, I've got a family here to take care of as well. Should I let go of what I've been doing to do the new? And they were really asking me, he was asking me, should I do this? And it's not really for me to say, it's not for the teachers to say, it's for you, the disciple, to make those choices. But sometimes we will assist you in that. So in this case, I knew, because I could see within him in his consciousness and this part of the relationship of teacher and disciple, I knew that was for his greatest good, and he's been working on it for a while, and he was just holding back and doubting himself. So I finally just gave those words of encouragement and helping to validate and confirm for him that which he knew was true within himself but was doubting. So I said, yes, do it. You have been looking at this, working on this for quite some time. It's now time to do it. So just do it. Even with the doubts, even if you're scared, do it anyway. Just start to do it. And in the doing of it, the fears, the doubts will drop away. But if you don't take action, those fears and doubts will keep stopping you, keep stopping you, keep stopping you. You will doubt yourself. You will be afraid. You won't even allow yourself or give yourself the chance. But at some point, and it's fine to take the time to prepare, to look at, to evaluate, to do some inner work, do the LAF, do the LAF workbook, go through, do your journaling, all the things we've shared over the years. Do those because it helps to move through all of those things within us, to find that clarity, to find that alignment, so that we begin to build more of an inner knowing and trust within ourselves. But ultimately, that is not going to fully come until you take action. So at some point, especially if you've been doing a lot of this work for months and years, but you're still holding back, well, that tells me at some point you just need to go do it. And not just do another laugh process, as good as all that is, not just do another meditation, which we still need to do anyway every day, but to actually now take those actions, even physical actions. When we meditate, we're taking the spiritual action. But remember, we're here in the physical body and we've got physical karmas or lessons to learn, so that means we need to take physical actions as well as the spiritual. God first, God only. Do the spiritual. How did I come out of the guided meditation today? I said, keep the doors open. Stay present. Stay at the seat of the soul. Allow yourself to be present in the loving, God first, God only. And even as you do the day, keep your focus on loving. So that way, as you move forward, even into your physical experience, you are doing it with God. You're not closing the door. You're inviting God in. You're doing it with God. So you always are looking to that movement of loving so that you stay focused and centered and move with it as it moves you, even through the physical level. But even as it moves us, that's where our lessons are when we come up into the fears and doubts within ourselves where we hold back and are afraid to move forward. Those are our karmas. Those are our lessons. The things that would stop us are the things that Jim often calls that which stands between us and God, or that which separates us from God. Those are our lessons. So we need to work with those things. We don't want to avoid them. We don't want to ignore them. We want to look at them. We want to confront them, but we want to confront them with loving, accepting, and forgiving, and now move through them and go do the very things that truly inside of us we know we need to do, because that is for our greater good, our greater freedom. And it is that freedom that this pathway is about. Soul liberation. The freedom of the soul. This isn't just about freedom of expression. That's the world. This world, some places you'll be free in your expression, and other places you're going to be suppressed. You can't express shit at all, otherwise you're going to be squashed, punished, some places even killed. Don't make it about the world. Make it about the spiritual journey, the freedom of the soul's liberation. That is the only true place of total freedom of expression, of creativity, of loving. This world is always going to have some kind of limitation, so don't look for it in the world. Look for it spiritually within. And just let the world be what it's going to be. Don't make service, even the service I've been talking about. If you notice, I've been talking all about is the movement of spirit, paying attention inside to let that movement of loving serve you and serve others, the loving in others. I didn't say anything about now changing the world or making it about the world. Even when you go do physical things that are in the world, don't make it about the world. But allow the loving to move you, and you participate with that loving, just like you do inside in meditation. Do the same thing in the physical world, so that even all your actions are a movement of loving. That loving embraces and honors and accepts the way the world is, in all of its limitations, in illusions and falseness and false belief systems, the Spirit loves and accepts all that, because that's just the way it's set up here. You want your life to be easier? Accept that. Move into that. Don't resist it. Don't fight it. When in Rome, do as. That not only makes life easier, but then that honors not only the Spirit in you, but then it honors the Spirit in the expression within all of creation, even with all of its limitations. We're not here to try to change that. We're here to have our own experience, to learn and grow, and to liberate ourselves. Liberation inside of ourselves does not come through changing others or changing the world around us. Now, here's the cool thing, and I probably shouldn't even say this because people then try to control it. When you really live in alignment and fulfill yourself the way I'm speaking, the more you do that, you're going to find automatically the world around you is going to change for the better. But then it's not you doing it. It's you living that awakening in you and allowing the overflow of loving now to move into and through the world around you. And the loving is what transforms it all. But if you and your ego try to direct it, control it, and make it happen, it ain't going to work. It's going to backfire on you. Call me a liar. You can't, because you know it's true. And if you're not sure about what I'm saying, go out, experiment, have your own experience, find out for yourself. You know it's true. I don't even have to say, trust me, or believe me. Find out for yourself. We just try to share here the truths that we have awoken to, that we know. But even in that knowing, it doesn't matter if you know it or not. You can't get righteous. You've just got to allow and accept it all. Doesn't matter how much you know or don't know. Doesn't matter what you understand or don't understand. What's most important is to have the openness, the freedom, the flexibility, or what we talk about neutrality, so we don't become rigid, so we don't get caught up in belief systems or ideologies, but rather that we just stay centered in the flow of loving and move with the loving. Let that be the basis by which you live. Get anchored in the soul. Don't get grounded in the world. Get anchored in the soul. Use the hue, the Ana hue. That'll anchor you in the soul and the physical level. Get the 5 sacred names of God. That'll anchor you in the soul on all the realms. Get anchored in the soul, into the Holy Spirit, not into the world. Let go of the world. Get anchored here, and that Holy Spirit will guide you through the world to be in the world but not of the world. Understand. Pay attention to that. So many people don't understand, and there's a lot of misconceptions and communications about all this stuff. Pay attention to what not only you listen to and read, but what you actually do, and then your own experience in doing that, and let that be your guide. So take what we share here the same way you would anything else that you do or read or hear. Have your own experience, take it. See if what we share here you experience more loving and peace and acceptance. And then what others do. What comes with that? Does it bring you more loving, acceptance, and peace? Or does it bring you separation, frustration, againstness, negativity? Let those be your guide, and then based on that, make your choices. Not because somebody tells you, but based upon your experience and what you want in your life, let that be your guide to make your choices from. That way it is you freely choosing, and in you doing that, you empower yourself rather than give your power away. So as you empower yourself, that's how you move into greater freedom and liberation. These are the side effects or benefits, I like to say, of what come with living this pathway, doing the meditation, practicing the LAF techniques. It's a natural part of this pathway. It just comes automatically when you practice what we do here. You don't have to work at it. Well, you have to work at the meditation and the LAF, but again, all the benefits that come with that. So hopefully in sharing all this, maybe you'll pay attention a little more Or maybe what I'm saying just helps to confirm or validate a lot of what you already know in yourself, but maybe you're wondering or doubting. Just like in this inner experience, the gentleman, the husband here, he was doubting himself. I said, just do it. Sometimes we all need to hear from somebody we love or trust some words of encouragement to help us to take those action steps. And that's a lot of what we try to do here, like in Q&A or in our sharings like we're doing here, is start to believe and trust in yourself. I don't want to say believe, but to trust in yourself, in your own inner knowing and that loving within you. Because again, we want to transcend belief systems. That's all the mind. We want to transcend belief and move into knowing and loving truth. So go for it. So just like I shared with this gentleman, just do it. I didn't even talk to his doubt. I didn't say, well, let's work on your doubt. What's that about? I didn't even do that. He's done a lot of that processing that we do all the time in ILM. He's done a lot of that. He just needed to know, okay, now I just need to step forward. I just need to do this. So that's what I'm saying today. A lot of you around here have been doing a lot of the work here, and it's paid off. But now you've got to step forward and take action to get the benefit of all the good work you've been doing, so that you too have those new beginnings and that birth of the Christ. I think that's about it for me.
Okay.
I'm looking there for a moment. I'm inspired.
Well, inspired is good. I like that. Well, when I started meditating this morning, or really just a little bit ago with the beginning of class, I should say, I was taken into an experience that I've kind of forgotten, but yet I know that it was very, very important to me at the time and has been throughout my life. When I was about 6, 7 years old, and I was at a church one time, the minister asked everybody to stand, and they began to cite the Lord's Prayer. And at that time, I realized, and as I watched and observed, I saw their inner light, their light of the soul, lighten up, just brighten up at the seat of the soul itself. And for a moment, the room was just flooded with the light of soul, as they said, "Our Father who art in heaven." And that was a very special moment for me. And I didn't realize just how special until just now as we were meditating. The other thing that was very special to me and that really woke me up and inspired me to do my meditations every day was being both at a Presbyterian church or a Protestant church or a Catholic church, watching the minister or the priest open their arms and hands to call in a blessing, to put a blessing on the communion host. And again, I would see the light of the soul come forward through the minister, as well as lighten up in many of the people that were there. And all this light would just radiate through the church for a moment. And I realized very early on that that was the movement of the Holy Spirit, and that that's what I wanted to be a part of. I wanted to be a part of the movement of the Holy Spirit. And so that's what inspired me to spend my time in prayer and in meditation. And there's two actions there. Prayer is talking with God, sharing with God, asking of God, whatever that is that you need to be doing with God. And meditation is awakening to God, being still, and allow yourself just to move into that place of the God within you. It's in the stillness that we move into that place, not into conversation, not into working the mind and talking with God that way. Talking with God in prayer is very helpful, and it helps us to learn how to really share openly and lovingly with God what's going on with us, what's our problems, what's the situation in our life, what do we really want in our life, and being able to ask for all that from God. And then stop and listen and see if you hear something back from God in your prayer, and see if there is a response. And if not, that's fine. Give God time before he maybe does bring the response forward. But then there's a different time to do meditation, not together, but separate. And so meditation is really just going inside and being still. And how we get to our stillness is the process that we've been teaching for so many years. And that's through meditation on loving God and receiving God's loving. That is a process then of giving and receiving with God, not asking of God. And that's the best part of this whole day for me, is the giving and receiving with God. And what I give to God is my loving. I just love God with all my beingness. And I open and I receive God's love in all my beingness. It comes in and it floods me and it moves into me and it goes to every part of my beingness, whether it's a physical body or any other part of myself, my spiritual body, my soul body, all of it. It just comes in and loves me. And after a while, I'm just living in that flow of love with God, God loving me and me loving God, and there's no separation in there, no difference, no timing to it. It just is. And that's stillness. Moving into the stillness allows you to have that experience of knowing God and God knowing you, if you will. So I could see why I sat and meditated every day, why it was so important. And I wouldn't go and do sports, I wouldn't go and do things after school, because I would spend my time in meditation. I would do a small meditation in the morning when I woke up, but the biggest part of my meditation time was spent after school and all to myself, just being with God and living into that which I saw happen at church with the light of the souls of each individual brightening up and shining forth and filling the church. And in that, I saw God's grace come in and fill each person in that moment. Now, I don't think that there were that many people that were totally aware of it. I was grateful that I could be, but I know that people sensed it, they felt it. They knew it somehow because they kept coming back to church again and again, I think, and I would hope, to experience that presence of God's loving. But for me, I did meditation every day because I realized then that that's where I'm going to connect with God. That's where I can truly experience the divine in me, both flooding me and filling me, and the divine in me, which is my soul, waking up more and more and living into that essence of God. So that's why I've meditated every day since I was a child. And that's a lot of days. I started looking at that a little bit, and I thought, wow, how many days would that be? You know, it'd be about 65, 70 years of meditation, and that'd be 7 days a week. How many weeks a year? How many years have that been? It gets to be a lot of days. But I do it because I want to know and stay in contact with God. I want to maintain that connection. And that's something that's very important to remember. It's very easy for us in this physical body to get caught up in the physical world and to be distracted, if you will, from our main goal. If my main goal was God, then I need to keep my goal focus on God. And if I start getting caught up more and more into the world, it's going to be easy to lose sight of that spiritual quality of myself, because I'm going to be so caught up in expressing myself in the world and in the world's way. So that's one reason why I start my meditations early in the morning, to start my day, to fill my day, and to really have that as my main focus for who I am and what I'm doing here in the world, which is God. And then I get up and I go do the day, and I go do what I need to do in the world, but I bring God with me in everything I do. And I'm always asking God to go before me. and assist me in everything that I'm doing. I don't want to have to do it all by myself. I want to do it with God. I want to have God do it with me. And I find that that's really the truth. As long as I'm meditating, God is right there with me because I keep that inner door open to allow God to be present with me all the time. And if I feel myself kind of getting caught up too much in whatever's going on in the world, with people around me or myself in the world, I just stop for a moment and I look in and up and I just call God present. Okay, God, come on, let's go and do this now. And so I've had God present in my life all my life. Ever since I woke up to God at the age of 5, I have really, really focused on God, living in the loving of God, and ever doing what I could to stay present in God. And that's been my life. And I know that anybody can do that if they will just spend time every day in meditation. And I know 2.5 hours sounds like a lot. And it is at the beginning. 30 minutes is a lot. But over time, as you begin to have greater peace come in, greater clarity, greater stillness, greater loving, whatever it is that you experience, it's going to inspire you to spend more time in meditation. I find now that when I'm meditating and it's time for me to kind of get up and get going and starting the day, I have a hard time sometimes getting myself out of meditation, where it used to be very difficult at times as a teenager especially to get into meditation. But now I find it challenging sometimes to get out of meditation and get up and get going and moving my body and doing what I'm to do here today. So I know that I've got my focus where I want it to be, which is on God first and God only. I heard that very early on in my life, to have God first and God only. And at that time, I really didn't think about it very much. I didn't see that as an important statement per se. But now I know that that was the statement I was to live by. And I have. I do everything I can not to allow anything to get between me and God. And it's easy to have it done, to have something get in the way. Because we will hold our focus on something in the world that we want so bad, or we need so bad, or that seems to be the most important thing for us right now. And our focus being held outside of ourselves and on something in the world, it's going to begin to take up time with God. And that's fine. We have to focus in the world. We have to move things in the world. We have to complete things in the world. But I've just learned that I really want God first. And I've lived the world myself. Like I said, in my teens, the world kind of interfered, kind of interrupted, kind of came in the way. And I started chasing after things in the world, thinking that that's the most important thing and I needed to go do that. And that's what everybody kept telling me to do as a teenager, so that I could figure out what I was going to do and where I was going to be and all of that. And I did that for a short time. But in a very short time, I found I was just miserable. Oh my God, I was miserable. And I couldn't figure out why. I was doing the things I needed to do in the world, and I was fulfilling some of the things. I was accomplishing things. And yet I was miserable. And one day I sat down wondering, why was I miserable? Why this misery? Why this pain? Why this feeling of hurt inside? And all of a sudden I realized I wasn't really spending my time in my prayer and my meditation. I wasn't talking with God. I wasn't bringing all this stuff that I was supposed to be doing in the world to God and say, hey, come and join me. And maybe give me some direction, point the way, give me some solution or answers. And I wasn't spending time in meditation, just being still to know God, to be living in that flow of His loving essence, like I had seen in the church when people said, Our Father who art in heaven, and I saw the light of God light up in people's soul. And when the minister would ask for a blessing upon us and upon the communion host, I would witness that movement of the divine in the church, and I could feel it flooding in me and calling my loving into it. And all of a sudden I realized I wasn't doing that like I used to. I'd made the world first. And when you make the world first, there's not a lot of room for God. The world really demands so much time and so much attention and so much involvement. And so that's one reason why I started doing my meditations in the morning, not in the afternoon after school so much, because I found that if I put God first in the morning, it was easier then to take God with me into the day and truly keep God present in all things. And I still would have to focus a great deal in whatever it was in the world that I was trying to accomplish, fulfill, understand, learn. But I brought God first into everything. I remember one experience that always kind of stood out. There's no reason for it to have stood out per se. It wasn't spectacular, but it always stood out for me. And it was about the time where I was going through all this and I had a realization. So at school, one of my periods that I had for class was I actually worked in the office of the school. I worked with the vice president, not the vice principal, and the principal of the school, and did chores and different things for them, as well as when teachers needed something, they would bring it to me, and I would do it during that time. And one of my big chores was I learned how to use a mimeograph machine, which back then was very modern and very wonderful, and you could duplicate things so easily. Now it's all on computers, but back then I had to learn how to use that and to keep it up and running. And I would have a teacher or two bring all these tests that they wanted me to run off, and they trusted me not to divulge any of the test materials to other students. And within 3 or 4 months, I had not just a few teachers, but I had many teachers, because they found that I was trustworthy, I guess, I don't know. But all of a sudden, all these teachers wanted me to do their running off of the test for their class. And it was kind of filling that hour. It was filling that time. And I ended up having to go in after school to fulfill all the work that they wanted me to do. But I liked it. I didn't mind it. And I remember standing there at the mimeograph, the duplicator, running off a test, and the teacher came in just to check and see when it would be ready, and she left, and I looked back down and looked at the counter to see where I was in doing this. And as I was looking at the counter and watching the numbers move, all of a sudden I went inside into this place inside of me where the stillness is, and I was just at peace. And I was calm and I was at peace, and I just felt so good about what I was doing. And I felt so good that people trusted me enough to do this and not, give out the answers. Because I had students, when they found out what I was doing, they came up to me and asked, well, what's on this test for me? What's Mr. Bush doing for the class next week? What do I need to study? And I did not say a thing. I said, I don't know. I didn't pay any attention to it. And that was the key for me, is I just didn't even look and read the test. I didn't look to see what the answer sheet said. I just did the numbers. I just made sure everything was printed out properly. And so I found that if you bring God into everything you do, it also brings a quality of wonder and peace and beauty about it, but it also brings about a fulfillment inside of you that you just don't get from the world itself. How many times have you done something in the world thinking that it was going to fulfill you, make you feel joyful and happy, and have a sense of success in what you did? And when you got it done and you looked at it and it was really wonderful what you did, it didn't have anything to it. It was still empty. It's because those things in the world can't fulfill you. They can't give back to you what you've given to them. You may have given a lot to do that work, to fulfill whatever that was in the world. You put all your effort, all your essence, all your creativity, all your loving into that. And when it was done, it was great. But it can't give back to you what you put into it. But I have always found that if I just give to God, God always gives to me. And I become the fulfillment. I don't have to look for the fulfillment in the things I have done. And that has been the key for me. And that's what I realized that day, standing at that mimeograph machine, that I am the fulfillment. And that's what we're all looking for. We want to be fulfilled. We want to have that sense of fulfillment, success, and gratitude that comes along with all that. And I have lived with gratitude all my life. I am so grateful for everything, everything, everything. Even when I had cancer, and I went through a 1.5 years of chemotherapy and 6 months of radiation treatments, I was grateful every day. And I remember sitting there and then putting the needle into my arm to give me the new treatment of chemotherapy. And I was grateful for all of that. And I know that the gratitude that I had really made a difference in me healing. Even my doctor, after a while, would call me into the office to go over everything and where we were and how my blood work was and everything. And he said, Jim, I just don't get it. I don't know what's different about you, but you're getting better, where I have other patients that are dying with the same illness, with the same treatment, but you're getting better. And he would come up and he'd pull on my eyebrows and pull on my hair and go, and you're supposed to lose your hair. You do know that, don't you? And I said, well, yeah, I know that. I see that happening with people. And he said, well, you should be losing a lot more hair than you've ever lost. And I just don't get it. I don't get it. Well, I knew what I was doing inside, and I did not know what others were doing inside themselves, but I knew that that attitude of gratitude made all the difference in my healing. Because I wasn't fighting. I wasn't struggling. I wasn't demanding. I wasn't wanting. I was just grateful for that moment of life. I was just grateful for this opportunity to heal. I was just grateful that people were willing to spend time with me, giving me my chemotherapy shots, checking in on me, making sure I was okay, did I need anything, and then later that night calling and making sure everything was still good. I was grateful. And that attitude of gratitude I found as a teenager working in that office, doing those tests for students to take. I found a fulfillment. I found a success. I found a joy. And it wasn't in printing the test, it was in me living in that energy of the movement of loving, that movement of grace, that movement of gratitude, that I could be of service, that I could help others, and that I could receive help from others and receive their service to heal myself. So that little meditation we had just a while back today really brought a lot of awareness back to me, a lot of information, awareness, understanding, clarity again. And I could see why I sit down and meditate every day, because I witnessed, and I wanted to continue witnessing, that movement of God inside me, inside others, and all around me in the actions of loving. So when you go into meditation, don't go in with struggle. Don't go in with battle. Go in with loving. Go in and create the opportunity for God to come present with you and for you to come present with God. And it's got to be both sides. You've got to be vulnerable and open and receptive to God and not let anything of the world or of yourself stand in the way. And in that, then, be open to receive God's loving and allow God to come in you and fulfill you and lift you and bring you into the greater divine awareness that is for you to have. That is what's so important. So I'm grateful we had the meditation this morning, because that was, or this afternoon, that was a very good one for me. All right, so I guess we'll call that done and move forward.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move into the break. Just 20-something after 3, so 4 o'clock. We'll start up at 4, just like we have scheduled. So enjoy your 40-minute break or so here. And just as a reminder, when we do shut off the camera, we will have we will post as well as have the Anahyu chant going. So if you want to just stay and kind of meditate, that's great. But we'll have the email address, info@island.org. If you have questions you want to write in, go ahead and do that on the break. And that way, when we come back from the break, we can go through the questions. And Kelsie will be reading them to us, and Jim and I will be answering. So we'll see you back here at 4 o'clock. Enjoy your break. Goodbye.
See you later.
I just asked it, I'm right here.
Do you want him to? That would,
Pro-
I would
No, yeah, I know.
the entire community.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Guess we're gonna have to start doing classes in person again now.
And you're live and you just turned it on. Everyone heard you say that.
That's right. One day, we're gonna have to start doing classes in person again.
Slide is
I actually look forward to that. I know, it's kind of been strange. It's good for y'all to see us, because we can't see you.
Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta press record.
That's the funny part. It's weird, but I guess we're getting used to just talking into the camera here and just Kate and Kelsie. And so it's just kind of funny because we know there's whatever, 100 and some people watching online. So it's very different.
Yeah.
And we're recording on all devices.
That's right. Now we can just kick back and go with the flow.
It's so funny. Like you have some crackers up there, and the company's name is Hu, H-U. And I saw a chocolate bar with H, its company is H-U.
H-U.
I'm kind of going, what's going on here? God's name is everywhere.
Everywhere, everywhere.
All right.
Okay,
Welcome
we
back.
have a ton of Q&A questions.
Time for our entertainment. We entertained you the first part, now you entertain us the next.
And the entertainment is the questions.
That's right.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
We're ready. Are you ready?
Why do we need to meditate? Is the energy, the loving essence, not always present within us?
Oh, that's a good question.
The answer is duh. Remember DA, my acronym for duh, is divine awareness. You want to start or you want me to?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, that was my answer. No.
Oh, okay.
Because when we came out of the soul realm, literally as the soul, when we were aware of our who we are and our oneness with God, when we came into this creation, that goes to sleep. When we come through the unconscious mind or the etheric realm, it's a barrier to that knowing. So when we come down into this creation, we go to sleep to the truth of the divine, and we wake up to the illusion of this. So the meditation practice is important after we've gone through enough whatever experiences we need to as a soul, that when we're ready to begin now the process of going back to God from where we came, the meditation is the process by which we reawaken or wake back up to what we once knew that is within us. And so that's all the meditation, I shouldn't say that's all the meditation's doing. It does a lot, but if I want to simplify it like I am right now, that's what it does. It reawakens that which is within us. So your answer is right within the question itself, actually. But that's the reason why we do it. It's just to literally wake back up that which is within us that's just been asleep for God knows how long.
And God's loving is ever with us. No matter what, God's loving is there. It's just that we have focused elsewhere to not be aware and to know that. And so the meditation is just help us to hold our attention back to the knowing and awareness that the loving is ever present with us. And then eventually we can be much more aware throughout the day. Because it's easy to get up from meditation and the phone rings and it's like, there it goes, lost in meditation. But if you can, eventually you'll have God first and God only in all that you do, all you say.
And, I like to say also, just in addition to this, is meditation opens the door or wakes us up so that then it's up to us to keep the door open all day long, like Jim was saying, God first and God only. So that's the key. When we learn the meditation technique and really learn how to go into those deeper states of consciousness to wake up to the soul, then we want to do what we can to stay awake and not go back to sleep. And so that's why even like coming out of meditation today, I said, keep your awareness, even when you open your eyes, stay present, keep your awareness so that way when you do the day, it does really stay in your awareness and present within you. And meditation is a way to daily connect and keep the door open, or reopen it it just naturally closes as we focus into the world. That's why a daily basis is so important to do it, to just open that door again, to keep that focus. Just like exercise. You can't just do it one time and you're done. You have to do it, regularly. Same thing with meditation.
Another way to look at it is the loving resides within us, here at the seat of the soul. The loving doesn't exist out here in the world. We bring the loving into the world, but it does not exist here for us to find here. And so we have to look inside and find it where it's really located inside.
Okay.
Why do people seek approval, and how do you give it to yourself?
Meditate. Well, I literally was going to say where Jim just left off on the last part is literally ties right into the answer for this. For me, is that if we don't do the meditation and keep looking inside to find that loving within ourselves, we're going to look in the world around us to get the loving. So when we're seeking approvals from others, what we're really trying to do is get their loving. And why do we try to get somebody else's loving? Because we're not loving ourselves. And this ties into the first question, because when we're asleep to that loving that is within us, we need some way or means to wake back up to it. And as we do, that loving is a self-fulfillment within ourselves. And when we do that, then we won't seek it from others. So self-approval to me is simply seeking loving from others. But on this world, it's always conditional. There's so many conditions. You do this for me, I'll do this for you. You do it my way, I will give you my loving. And that's how we train and condition each other. It's just how the world does it. Sometimes it's very subtle, sometimes it's very harsh and in your face. But it's still the same process that, it may seem weird, but even in the punishing conditions, we're still going to seek approval or seek loving so that we do it their way so we don't get punished. And then that conditions the consciousness to always do it that way and not realize there's another way to do it. That's another reason why meditation is so important, because to one degree or another, we've all been conditioned in the world to seek the loving or seek approval in the world. That meditation eventually, even unbeknownst to us, a lot of these things are unconscious that we just are automatically doing in the world, and we don't even realize we're doing it. But as we meditate, as we begin to awaken, we will start to awaken to all these conditions that are running in humanity at large. Everybody runs these, but as we do the meditation, we wake up to see what's running in us, and then eventually we'll see that it's running in everybody. And in that self-awareness, we'll go, oh my God, that's going on there, so how do I do this differently? And that's where literally it's great to hear questions like this, because that tells me that whoever wrote this question is now beginning to wake up and realize, hey, it's not in the world, I'm not getting it, otherwise why would I be here asking these questions? So I'm seeking because I'm not finding it where everybody else is looking, so I'm trying to find where it is. And in a group like what we're doing here, obviously we're going to always guide you back inside, because that's where it is. So as you meditate, in truth, you're really now giving yourself your own approval. You're giving yourself your own loving. And what is that loving? It's literally just awakening to the soul, who we are, and the loving with God. So ultimately, we're really seeking, unbeknownst to us until we really wake up, truly we know that God loves us and we love God. But having fallen asleep to that, we look for it in the world. I want to love something or somebody, and I want them to love me. That's what every relationship is based on, right? That's why we try to find people to love and have them love us. Because unconsciously we know that's the true action of the soul with God. That God created us to love, and then we are to love God back. And that's our fulfillment. So meditation brings us back into the proper alignment of what that truth really is. Not that we're seeking it. That's why it's funny, years ago we used to talk about it more that way, and I know a lot of groups do, that we're seeking God's love. The truth is, just like the first question is, it is inherent within us. That love is inherent within us, so really all we're doing is remembering and reawakening to the truth of what's already there. We're not actually seeking God's love, we're waking up to that love that already is. And meditation is the way to open the doors and allow that truth to come forward again so that we now realize that, and that is the self-fulfillment of that. And as we do that and have that, we won't seek it in the world. And then that's what we would call spiritual liberation. When we can live that as a fulfilled soul, knowing that truth inside of ourselves, then we don't need it from others or the world. And then we're here just being in the loving where we are just loving God and God loving us constantly, living that as our reality, which is the truth for everybody. But when we're awake to it, we live it as a reality day to day. And then God will either bring us home because we have now woken to the truth and we're no longer needed here, we have fulfilled our karmas, or God will have us go forward and be of service now as a soul that is awake to that, so that those souls that are awake to that can be here to be of service for those that are ready to really begin to discover and wake up to that for themselves, that they are, in a sense, anchors in the world or light posts or columns or a place where those souls that are seeking can come for that information, as well as the tools, the guidance, the techniques of how they can now gain that for themselves. So that's part of like my sharing today about the service part. As we awaken to ourselves and fulfill ourselves through loving, and we don't seek it or need it in the world, but yet it just overflows to us, those that are ready and seeking that for themselves will be drawn to that, and we'll find people just naturally wanting to come talk to us, be around us, because they are getting that loving that's answering that inside of themselves that they've been seeking for, because they've had enough experience, whether this life or other lives, where they haven't found that, and now that soul is waking up and realizing it's not in the world. I've got to come back inside to myself and find that. I feel like I'm long-winded. I like that, though. That's fun. Do you have anything more you wanted to add?
No, that more than said it.
Where does the fear of abandonment come from?
Well, we have it at the moment of birth, because when we have to come back into this world, we as a soul feel abandoned. We feel like God let us leave the realms of spirit and come down into this creation, and we feel the separation. And that separation, it feels like God abandoned us. If you talk to other people who have memory of their childhood, or if you look at your own childhood, did you feel abandoned when you were born? Did you feel left behind? Did you cry out to God and say, God, bring me home, bring me back to where I belong, whatever you said? And you blame God for being abandoned. And that's why we feel abandoned, is because the soul in this creation feels alone. It doesn't feel in oneness. We have to go inside and meditate to find the oneness with God once again. And then we can feel fulfilled in one and not abandoned. But it takes that meditation to reconnect to the truth within us. We lose that truth the moment we take the first breath, and the baby begins that sense of separation and abandonment from God. So that's what I would call it.
And I like that Jim answered it that way, because a lot of people, when they talk about abandonment, they'll usually do it from more the psychological viewpoint, that like my parents abandoned me, or my sibling abandoned me, or my dog died and abandoned me, or I know people who thought, well, Jesus Christ died and he abandoned me. I mean, literally, we will do all these things and more. So we can feel abandoned in many ways physically, and that's often where a lot of these questions come from. But if you really heard what Jim's saying, no matter what the abandonment is that we feel in the world and the cause or source of it, what Jim just shared is the ultimate answer that's underneath it all. So at some point, we have to let go of the feeling or thinking we've been abandoned in the world from circumstances and people and things, and realize that's what we go through. Every single soul goes through the way Jim just answered that. And ultimately, that's why the soul will seek approval from others, seek loving from others, look, because it feels abandoned, but it doesn't realize the truth of what that is, like Jim just shared. So we'll go and try and get it in the world, and we get disappointed, we get hurt over and over and over until we finally just give up and have had enough, and we don't know what else to do. And that's usually when we hit that state that we'll go, okay, I can't find it anywhere in the world, so I give up. I'm done, I'm depressed, I'm not going to look anymore. And then at some point, something inside of us will shift and go, okay, I've still got to do something, and it's not in the world, so I've got to start looking for it for where it is. And I keep hearing about this meditation stuff and spiritual stuff. Maybe I need to start looking there. And that literally gets us set on now pursuing a lot of that. And that literally leads us to where the answer is, basically to, Jim just bottom lined it as far as I'm concerned. That's the ultimate truth. And that's really where we're going to end up realizing for ourselves, and then in the realization, it'll get answered through the actions of meditation and loving.
That's it.
Dreams and questions. Dear Jim and Brian, I wanted to ask you about 2 dreams that I've had. First, I'm in a house and looking at the corners and walls, and there is long hanging tapestries of spider webs and spiders crawling up and down. I'm the only one who can see them, and I decide that I need to remove them. Second dream.
Well, first, right there in the first one, the house is the inner consciousness, and the spider webs tapestry are really those karmas that we're working through. Just like it can have one seed, like the center of a web, and then that web shoots out. Those are all the ripples. One seed can now create all these other attachments and connections through that spider web. Or tapestry. It's kind of the same thing to me. Spider web to me is easier to clear out, where a tapestry, you're going to have to burn it or something because it's a lot thicker. In other words, all those strings of attachment now have been woven together to create some, like a cloth, a tapestry that's much more now intertwined than just like a web. But all of it to me represents the same. One is just more the subtle energy of it. The other is now the physicalized energy of it. So to me, that says there's more of the mental emotional components like the web, and the tapestry to me is more now the physical component where it's more solidified. And so by the person wanting to clear this away is saying that all the karmas, the lessons that have been wrapped up in that tapestry of the web is now being cleared away because the karmas are being fulfilled so that they can now be free and clear of it. So that's a really good dream, just that part of it.
Second dream, a little plump white bird is sitting on my finger. I have to slightly rearrange it, and I have to touch its little body in order to move it. It doesn't like it and struggles to get free. I let it go again, and it repositions itself on my finger. An old lover walks in through the door, and I realize I have no charge on him anymore.
And is this supposed to relate to the first one? Or does it necessarily say?
It doesn't necessarily say.
I think it's the same part of the dream.
No, it's 2 different dreams, but that second one, definitely you can see how it tied to the first one.
Yeah.
Well, to me, the old, was it flame or whatever they said, walked in the door?
Lover.
To me, that probably ties in with the first one and the karmas through relationship. And the fact they said it was an old lover, to me that relates to the old web or the old tapestry of the karmas. So that's, to me, it sounds like the dreams are connected in that way, that they're clearing away The old, see, a lot of these things, when we say old, it's something we've done in the past or experienced, and often now is just in our unconscious. But when the old comes present, or in this case, the lover walks into the door, an old lover, to me that's saying now that which was, in a sense, in the past that is incomplete, is now the old is coming present to now be cleared away. And as far as the bird on the finger, I don't know directly, other than to me that's something to do with spirit and that realigning or whatever. You want to answer that?
I think the white bird represents a clear knowing, something innocent and knowing of itself, and it knows where it needs to be in that position. And we always keep trying to rearrange things in our lives when sometimes things are in perfect condition in relationship to our life, but we always are changing it and changing the energy flow. So I think it's telling that person, pay attention and don't struggle to make a change in something that's just fine. And to me, the bird represents a spirit that's present, that's clear, and it's because it's white, and let the clarity and the presence just be.
I also have a question about some of my spiritual experiences in meditation. This happens often in my most sacred experiences where I experience two things at the same time. I have an experience, and at the same time as I'm experiencing it, I'm also watching it. I'm being there and seeing it at the same time. I'm inside of the experience and outside watching it at the same time. It is not confusing when it happens. It feels very natural and fluent, but afterwards it puzzles me when I'm writing it in my journal. One example is flying through this vast, peaceful, loving, endless place, and then seeing myself flying as a white bird, a dove. I am both the bird and the one watching it. I have had several experiences like this, being and seeing at the same time. I would like to know how this is possible.
That's good. You want to answer it?
No, go ahead.
Well, one, that says a lot right there, because that's really, I'm going to answer this in a couple different ways. When I was saying earlier, like in my sharing about awaken to the awakening process. So who we are as a soul that is the observer, that is either awakened or asleep. And that soul of who we are is also observing our life experience as we, the soul, go through experience. In other words, like a spark of ourselves that is in not only the physical consciousness, and we can observe our physical life, but that is also in the astral body, the causal body, the mental body, the etheric body, until it merges back into the soul realm. So the observer is the soul. That's why we want to learn to move into a state of observation, because that state of observation is also a state of neutrality, that when we do that from there, that's where now we're living is more in our soul consciousness, and it's neutral. But now that part is watching our soul of who we are. We're observing now that part of us that is all one and connected. This is why this can be very confusing for the mind, because this is the multi-dimensionality of the soul as it experiences through time and space. Time and space causes a diffraction, past, present, future, where the soul is always present here and now, here and now, here and now. So the observer is always present here and now, but from that state, when we awaken to it and move back into it in meditation, and obviously you have in this experience now to be able to observe now that other part that is in the world of time and space having experience, until eventually that all merges. And so seeing that now happening says you're really awakening more to the truth of how this is. And then also witnessing the bird, the white dove, is representative or symbolic of now the soul's freedom in being able to fly now and beginning the process of soul transcendence, of flying now on up through the soul and into the spiritual realms as well. Did I cover it all? Do you want to
Yeah.
add anything?
Yeah, I kind of like those kind of dreams where I'm both the participant and the observer, if you will. And to me, it lets me know that I'm really waking up as a soul. And the sign of that is I'm the observer. The soul is ever observing. The soul is not down here going through all the agony and the pain and the problems and the situations of the world. The soul is up here in the soul realm or the soul level of the physical realm, observing what the physical consciousness is going through. And it experiences through the physical consciousness, but it isn't the physical consciousness. So the physical consciousness is that part that is really aware of self and the world, but it's the observer, the soul, that is ever participating with the physical consciousness and gleaning information and wisdom from it. That's how I experience it.
Thank you, Brian, for the most wonderful meditation and both your wonderful talks. Much love and gratitude to you both and Kelsie.
Thank you.
I love today's meditation. Thank you. 3 dreams. It's really long. All right.
So let me just ask something. If there's a lot in one email, this is where I know it's challenging because then you have to try to track stuff. Because if there's a lot of other emails, it'd be easier just to answer like one part, like the first dream, and then answer others for other people as well, and then come back to that. But if that's not possible because there's too many emails and to keep that organized, is there a way to put that towards the end?
Yeah, she actually has a question, so why don't I ask her question,
Yeah.
and then I can kind of look through all 3 dreams while you're talking
Yeah,
and come
okay.
back to this, maybe?
Yeah, I just want to do that just to respect
Yeah.
the time so that we can answer other
Yeah,
questions.
'cause
Just
you
in
said there
case.
was a lot of
Yeah.
questions this time.
Yeah, so, okay, so let me go to her question. Okay, in the talk, Brian mentioned grounding, to ground into spirit, not into the world.
I didn't say ground in the spirit, I said anchor in spirit, rather than being grounded in the world. But anyway, go ahead. That's confusing for people. I'm glad this is coming up.
I keep this in mind very often, and for years when I would meditate, I would ask God to lift me up and anchor me in spirit.
Wonderful.
Which,
Wonderful.
as I wrote, I'm realizing are different words, but they feel like the same thing. In any case, I was taught years ago that grounding in the world is extremely important for certain things, all of which have to do with being in the world.
Exactly.
I didn't practice this regularly, but have been doing a new, to me, grounding meditation lately, and personally, I do find it noticeably to be of benefit. It doesn't give me the peace that I get from meditating with the sacred names, nor the sense that everything in truth is fine and can be handled, no matter how fucked it is. But it doesn't seem to help. But it does seem to help me with more physical energy and a sense of feeling more capable. So my question is this okay?
Yes.
I was thinking it's all good because it feels like it's helping, even supporting me in doing more meditation because I have more energy and even don't seem to need quite as much sleep. But when Brian specifically mentioned it, I couldn't help but wonder if that meant me, though maybe I'm getting attached to the practice in an unhelpful way because just now I got a little scared that the answer will be that it's not okay and I wouldn't want to stop anything that seems to be helping me. Love you and thank you.
So I'm going to try to explain this a little more because I know this comes up every now and then. So I know what you're talking about because like when I did massage, I mean, I've done classes in massage back in the 90s and we always did a grounding technique. But that grounding technique that we did was visualizing the white light of spirit above our heads and pouring down through us and going through our feet and anchoring into the earth. And so that was a way to ground from the spirit down into the earth. And then we would do our massage. So it worked really well. So it was a grounding technique, but aligned with spirit, and to get us centered now to move into doing, energetic healing work and massage therapy. So it's a very good technique. And it is good. It's great. Use it for the technique it was developed for. The confusion comes in, and where I've tried to explain this before and where I think people get a little frightened or upset, wondering, when we talk about anchoring in spirit, it's not going against the grounding in the world. That serves its place, but it's for the world. When we talk about anchoring in spirit in the soul, we're talking about now you focusing into your soul and the movement, the upwards movement of now getting anchored in spirit. That's the opposite direction of getting grounded in the world. Two different directions. So here's the thing, and play with this, experiment like you're founding it. It sounds like you're actually have a good awareness of it. So if that grounding technique works for you for whatever it is it's serving to do in the world, that's fine. Just don't do that in your meditation. When you do your meditation, leave that behind. Go inside and anchor in soul and work with the hue and the sacred name to go home to God. Leave all the grounding stuff behind. That's for the world. And that is a good technique when you're doing in the world, when you want to do different yogas, physical body stuff to help center it, get the energies aligned, get grounded, that's all fine. Just realize it has to do with the world. So let it serve the purpose that it is there for. Just don't confuse it with the spiritual action of what we're doing in ILM. They're two completely different things, and that's where I know the confusion is. Use the meditation and anchoring in spirit for what we're doing. Do not mix the grounding techniques with the meditation we do in ILM. That's the easiest way to handle this. Make them separate, and then they will both serve you well. And I will now share, in addition to that, what I found when I was doing all the holistic health and energy work and massage therapy, and I would do the grounding, I loved it because I would feel a movement of grace and the Holy Spirit coming through me. So I'm like, yeah, this is great. And then I go, wow, this is so nice. I know how to move spirit. I just have to do the hue and start meditating. So I started doing the hue and meditating while I was doing the work, and I started replacing the grounding technique with that. And I found I had better experiences. It was a higher energy. The work I did was much better. Everybody enjoyed working the work I was doing with them better because I was using a higher frequency rather than a grounding frequency. So I found the more I got anchored in the soul and just did that and let go of the grounding, well, one, it kept me more lifted and focused spiritually, and two, I actually found it worked better than grounding techniques, and it worked better for me living my life through the physical level, let alone just doing massage therapy or other healing techniques. That's what I discovered for myself, and that's where I'm coming from when I share about grounding and anchoring. Because I just let go of it, realized the grounding techniques just kept me focused in the world, where the meditation, spiritual anchoring techniques kept me focused in spirit. And the more I stayed focused in the spirit, I found my life became even better, even in the physical. But that's for you to discover for yourself. That was my experience. So if the grounding stuff is working for you, great. Just don't do it in the ILM meditation where you're going home to God. But if you find you can do the meditation like ILM and the hue and use that even instead of the grounding and the other worldly work, try it out. Find out for yourself. See what works better for you. And then make your choices accordingly. Hopefully that answered it.
That was a good answer.
No, it's good, because that comes up. I know there's a lot of confusion around that, and I hope giving a little more clarity the way I did helped answer that. Not only for this person, but a lot of other people who asked that as well.
The one thing I would say is, years ago, I mean, my God, so many years ago, I got around a group of people that were doing grounding. It was very important for them to ground.
You're grounded.
And,
That's the other thing that comes with that. You're grounded.
The one thing I found when I tried to do it is it made me focus more down into the world, and it kind of cut me off from that flow that I keep trying to open up to all the time, where I ask God to come and participate with me in everything I do. But when I grounded, it didn't seem to be an invitation. It seemed to be like a closing off of an energy flow that I wanted from higher up. So I stopped doing the grounding work, and I just invite God into everything I do. Mm-hmm. And to me, it brings greater awareness and greater loving into everything I do. So, that's why I don't do grounding. But if it's working for you that way, you've got it. You're doing it, and that's wonderful. And I would just keep doing that.
And if you notice, both of us shared from our own experience of what we come, by trying them both, coming to find what works better for us. We'd prefer people try an experiment so you discover and you know for yourself. To me, that's always the best answer.
Yeah.
And more than likely, if you're really meant to do more of the spiritual awakening path, you'll probably find your experience to be same or similar as ours. But you ain't going to know unless you try it out.
Yeah.
Forgiveness challenges. Hello, Jim, Brian, and Kelsie. I found myself struggling inside with the forgiveness process recently and again today. While I was doing forgiveness around experiences with my mom, I became aware of a begrudging feeling that was lingering. Is this an indication I'm approaching it from my mind and emotions, or just have more work to do? I continued to do forgiveness from my resistance of moving into forgiveness, and I'm still working through this. I found myself stuck here a few days ago after experiencing some really negative and mean things directed towards me from my mom during my turn caregiving with her while she recovers from some serious medical issues. So I'm guessing I'm struggling with belief systems around how my mom should be acting and judgments of it, and how I should always be forgiving no matter what, and my feelings around it all. I found myself in a place of wanting to withhold loving around her as a result, and it is not who or how I want to be. I had reached a huge level of freedom on many levels with this within myself with her, and was moving along pretty well, staying neutral. And then it seemed like she stepped up her verbal assaults as if to test me. It's almost comical. Now, as I'm writing this, I can see I was slipping into an old pattern I grew up with of self-doubt of who I am, to the point I was doubting myself spiritually while in that environment. As I stepped back to look at it, I was being shown how I allow this to happen inside myself. In hearing your talk, Brian, I am reminded to trust in my loving inside of me and in who I am, even during times in the world when I might not feel it at a moment in time. Jim, your sharing helps me see I seem to still have a part of me that is looking into the world, my mom, to fulfill something inside of me. Otherwise, I wouldn't get so caught up in it with her. And also, that there are at times I still forget to ask God to be present with me, especially during challenging times when I feel those old patterns rising up inside of me. I had lost sight of my gratitude and was focused on the struggle in front of me instead. I appreciate you all so much and welcome any sharing you might have on this for me. In loving gratitude.
Well, if anything, what you're talking about in all of this is something we all go through. It's having to walk into the world and meet all the challenges the world is putting on us and keep bringing God into it and finding the loving there for ourselves as well as for the other people that are involved. And that can be hard because when somebody's yelling at you, making you wrong, demanding of you things that can't be done, it's hard to say no. It's hard to say we can't do this. It's hard to say, anything. And the key for me has always been just to bring God into it and talk to the God inside them and tell them what I would tell God and see if they can begin to respond to it differently. Now, what that looks like for you, I don't know. And, I'm not even sure if you're in her presence physically or if it's on the phone or on the internet, but any of it, just be yourself. Be honest, be yourself, and do what you can to curb the anger and bring in the loving and let that loving soften the situation, and they'll come around eventually because that loving can help them ease into a greater understanding of the situation and what they've got to do. They're just struggling against the inevitable, if you will. And sometimes these situations, there is the inevitable that, they need to be taken care of, and we've got to set them up in a place where they can be taken care of. And I went through that with my own dad, and that was so many years ago, but it was a challenging time, but I did it, and I did it with loving, and he opened up to it eventually and accepted it and did it, and it worked out very well.
It's just all your mom's fault. Oh, hi, Mom. You're watching, I know, aren't you? It's always your mom's fault, but Mom's loving, accepting the guilt and blame for everything, so it's okay. That's a new forgiveness technique. Just blame your mother. That'll handle it. And then mothers, pass it up to your mothers. That's all.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
Boy, you just nullified everything I said.
Yeah.
No, but I heard a key word that this person used. They said it got so much it was almost comical.
Yeah.
That's the part I wanted to talk to, since you did cover the other. As well, I would have to say, in everything I heard, it sounds like whoever wrote this already has the answer and already knows. So I just want to say that. You already know what to do. You wouldn't have been able to write literally that level of detail I just heard you share if you didn't already have a good grasp and understanding of what to do. No. So I just want to say that. In a way, we could leave it right there. You've already got it. But I just, obviously, comical is one I like to work with, and why I just made the bad joke I did about that. Because what happens when I make the bad jokes like that? Everybody laughs. Why? Yeah, why is that? Because we all do that. We all blame. It's their fault. It's this and that. But that's not spiritual. So I should be doing all this loving, accepting, forgiving. And then we ignore and deny this other part of us that just wants to blame, cry, make excuses, whine, and then we make that bad. Anything we make bad is a judgment that's going to cause separation in our consciousness. That's why I do the bad jokes. That's why I just said what I said. Because by acknowledging the blame like that is acknowledging the part of us that actually does that. Because I want everybody to realize you've got to let that part of you be okay as well. If you make that wrong and try to be spiritual, you're just going to mess yourself up. You've got to accept all of it. You've got to love the part of you that does the blame as well as to love the part of you that does the loving. That's what's so important here. You've got to love the light and the dark, the good and the evil. You've got to love and accept it all. So we need to pay attention. And I have found it often more powerful when we work with that other part that we don't want to deal with, that we judge and fear. So work with that part as well with the LAF and in this process, and you're going to find out all of it getting handled. And when you get to the part where you start to see it as comical, that's letting you know that you've done a lot of the work to get your freedom, because when you start getting free of it, you're going to find yourself in more of a joyful state where you're going to see the comedy in it. That's letting you also know that you're getting a level of detachment from those karmic lessons that you're bound in when you're in all the reaction and stress of it. So that's a signpost. When you can get to that comical, place where it's almost funny like that, that's a sign of freedom and neutrality. That's where you want to get to with this. That way you can participate even when somebody's calling you names and doing whatever, and it doesn't bother you because you now have learned the karmic lessons. You don't take it personally. You know it's just their process, their pain, their suffering, their upset that they're just projecting out, because that's what we all do. We are all projecting all the good and the bad, giving it expression, trying to find our way through it all. That's what all that's about. So if you realize this, that you don't take it personally and it's not about you, but in your service of assisting somebody, even if they're directing their upset and anger at you, that you're just, in a sense, a sounding board, a mirror for them to be able to do that. And if you can just hold that loving, sacred place inside of you and let them just run whatever they're going to run and don't take it in personally, that's how you can be of service, because it gives a place by which the individual can express all their upset and disturbance, even though it may seem directed at you. But if you don't take it to you, it's not going to affect you. That way they can just let it go and then move. And if you've noticed, if you give people enough time to just dump and get it all out and talk and get all their upset out, you'll find at some point they will get it out and it'll be done. And once it's done, you will see that they'll calm down, they'll be at peace. And when they're at peace, they'll start to feel good because they're able to release all that was backing up in them and causing their disturbance and reaction. And then you might even find them going, wow, thank you. And they'll be thanking you because you allowed that safe environment that they could express all of that. And you didn't take it personally and shoot it back on them, like blaming them like my joke was doing. That's where you're going to start to find now the greater action of the service and freedom, not only for yourself, but that's where you can truly assist and serve others to begin to find a greater freedom for themselves. But again, that's where doing the personal work to get yourself to that state to be able to do that. And then you too can make the bad jokes of like I just did with my own mother, because I know my mom's watching literally, so I'll leave it at that.
How do I stay spiritual when the shit hits the fan? My brother died.
Get rid of the fan.
That's actually funny.
Go stand behind the fan, not in front of it.
You stand behind the fan, not in front of it.
Ay, ay, ay.
Because the shit's going to fly one way or another, I guess.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, this isn't so funny, but anyway.
But that's where the laughter helps.
Helps, yeah. Gotcha.
Because all that shit is backed up energy where somebody has judged it, condemned it, and suppressed it. And the more we do that, it builds an energy till it explodes. And that's what we call the shit hitting the fan. And that's all this is. That's it for everybody.
Yeah.
That's all it is. We are all looking for a way to simply open up and release and move this energy that we have condemned and suppressed in ourselves, or allowed others to do that with us or for us. Either way, we're the one with the power. Whether we think it with others who did it to us or we did it ourselves, we still made the choice one way or another. So now it's up to us to make the choice to now release it. But that's why the tools we have can do it in a way that maybe it's put in the toilet and flushed rather than hitting the fan. Oh, the bad potty humor, but come on, it makes sense,
I
right?
have something I'll say in a minute, but I want to hear the rest.
Okay. So my brother died a week ago Friday, and as usual left a big mess, i.e. no will or directives. This has brought up an awareness of my arrogant position of I am superior and more spiritually advanced than the people around my brother who were being his friend to receive parts of the estate. I find that lately I have become aware of this position of spiritual superiority when seeing some of the nuttiness, greed, and cruelty that is being manifested in the world. I know that this view is my judgment on the world and those I do not see eye to eye with. Basically, how do I balance and meld my spiritual base with the world and at the same time determine what my responsibility is in the world and how much interaction I should take on with the world? I guess being dragged back into the world, kicking and screaming, is my indicator of my area of responsibility and karmic completion. Thank you for reminding me and to take God with me.
Well, the one thing I would say is none of us are superior spiritually. None of us. Even if we walk with God every day, talk with God every day, meditate every day, have inner experience every day, and everybody else around us doesn't even know what that is. That doesn't make us superior. And so what we have to do and look and see is that who we are is who we are, and love that who we are. But don't think in the world that makes a superior person. I'll give you a good example. I knew someone who owned a pretty big mansion out in California. And they practice meditation, they practice a spiritual pathway similar to ours, and they thought that they were protected. They thought nothing's going to happen to them, they don't have to worry. And so they didn't get insurance for their cars, they didn't get insurance for their mansion, they didn't get insurance, period. And several years later, a big earthquake hit, and the house was not totally destroyed, but it was badly, badly damaged. And the repair actually added up to about what the house was worth. And they didn't have insurance, and so he scrounged around trying to find more money to be able to fix it up. And he called me up, and he was so mad because he thought, I do all this spiritual work, I do all this meditation, I'm having inner experience and all this. Why would God let this happen to me? And I said, because God doesn't deal with the world. God deals with our soul. And in the world, like it said, in the world, do as the Romans do. And if the Romans say, hey, you better get insurance on your house and on your car and on yourself and whatever else, you get the insurance. Because that's how you protect yourself. That's how you take care of yourself in the world. And know that God's not going to intervene and say, oh, well, I'll pay that bill. Don't worry about it. Because God's not going to pay your repair bills on your car or your house or anything else. You created it in the world, and you have to take care of what you've created in the world. So in this kind of a situation, I would say that if anything, your brother is a good example. One thing that we've always said to people is, do you have a will? Do you have insurance? And we've gone over the list. And if you do, that's great. You've taken care of the things and that you're responsible for in the world. And so you're doing well. If you haven't, then you are going to find that the world's going to come back on you maybe a little bit later, a long time later. I've seen families who a loved one and the breadwinner actually dies, and they had no will, no nothing.
Sorry.
Oh,
Keep going. I just needed to adjust that.
okay. They had nothing, and the family had to fight for years in court to get what was rightfully theirs. And it was just a real mess and very, very expensive. So it's called, take care of the things in the world that you need to take care of, and take care of the things in spirit that you need to take care of. And they're very different actions, but ultimately the results are the same, and that is you're fulfilled, you're happy, and there's no real mess like you're finding with your brother and all that's going on now. So I would just say, look and see, what are you doing to take care of yourself physically as well as spiritually? And then maybe you could see yourself as superior in many ways because you're doing what needs to be done on both sides. If you're not doing that, then I would say I would take that word superior out and just say, I'm spiritually focused and I'm learning how to be physical focused as well.
That's it. Thy will be done.
Okay, dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsie, thank you very much for your loving and support. My question, how can we handle and know where our responsibilities end towards an older family member, a parent, who tends to not handle her life, her decisions, her responsibilities, even avoiding them? It may look like this is a question about the outer, but I do struggle in this for myself, finding that fine line. It is like the loving pours out, takes the job, but then she misses the opportunity to do it for herself. And sometimes I find myself out of energy towards my stuff, my life. I keep thinking of moving, stepping forward, but because of these responsibilities, I have not done this so far. Thank you so much, your loving initiate.
That's a good one. I mean, I can share my own experience, but I don't know if it'll answer exactly for this. So I'll try to do both in a way. That one of the things I've learned is that when something stirs inside of me, like as if the parent in this case needs assistance, if there's a tug inside of you, I would pay attention to that tug and do what you need to do to answer that. Whether that means doing what you can to help out or help them get help, whether that means some type of a nursing home or assisted care, or whether that means another sibling handles or you do, or you get in-home care. There's all kinds of options nowadays. Somebody needs to handle it, because when a person, if I'm understanding that this person can't do for themselves, or if they won't do for themselves, that's kind of two different things, so I want to be clear there too. If they won't do for themselves, then in a way, to me, that gives you a little more freedom to step back and let them figure out their life. If you're just judging their life and how they're doing it, even if they're doing it by not doing certain things that you think they should be doing, that's a little different. That's not what I'm talking about here. But if that's the case, still pay attention to see if those tugs are just your judgments trying to control them to do it the way you think they should, and maybe it's good for you to step back so you don't impose your will, but give them the freedom to discover and learn for themselves. Now, the other side of it, if it's somebody who can't do for themselves, whether physically or mentally or whatever, that then there's going to be help needed. And if you've got that tug, if you're an only child, there's some level of responsibility, unless you've really freed yourself of the karmas before that day. And if that's the case, then that person will be taken care of without you doing anything. So pay attention to those. For me now, in my own experience, to give you an example, like with my father, as most of you know, he died last November, that in the process, he lived over in Oregon, both my parents with my younger brother, which he's a medical doctor, so that who more qualified to help in these cases, right? So that, if anything, that was a real blessing for sure. And when my dad started declining and got pneumonia, he had to go in the hospital, but then the mental faculty started going down as well as his physical capacity. And so he was going to need assistance. And up until then, he was getting some assistance at home with my brother and my mother, but it was getting to be too much. So there had to be a decision made, how are we going to help his care now? And I know I had the choice, okay, how do I participate? Can I just help give financially? Can I fly out there and do something? Can I have them move over here and I'll take care of them? Can I put them in a nursing home? Can whatever? There's all these options. And since I have two brothers, we all talked, we all communicated. And so that communication is obviously very important, very good to do. And for me, it was a blessing. To me, a lot of it is because a lot of my karmas were completed with my parents in a way. There is a different level of neutrality and freedom. So in a way, it was taken care of for me. My younger brother just literally jumped in like he's used to and started handling with my dad medically. Got a very good care arranged for him in a home that deals with the mental as well as the physical. And so he was taken care of very well. I helped out financially to some degree, so I still participated and through conversations, but I never needed to physically go out and participate and help out. To me, that was part of the blessing, not because I didn't have to do anything to that degree, but because my dad was so well taken care of that I didn't need to. And I hope that part's clear, that I didn't need to. Even though I did do some, I didn't need to. I didn't nearly do like to the level my brother and my mother did. And that was a real blessing. For me, for sure, and I know for him and them as well because of the way it unfolded. It was all blessing. But it was because people were willing to take responsibility and come together and move together as a unit to handle what was needed to be handled. And that's the thing I've learned is just look what is there for you to handle. And if you're not sure, have the conversations. My brothers and I, we talked. My mother, we talked. We talked to see who could do what, who was willing to do what, who knew what to do, who was willing to do what. It's in those conversations that the clarity came. And so that really helped the situation, which was what made it a lot easier. And that's all any of us have to do. I have found that when we hold back and we just run the questions inside of ourselves, we don't go to the source, we don't go to the participants and have the conversation to get the clarity, we don't ask the questions, we don't take action is what I'm saying, that's where the problems usually arise. When we take actions, the clarity usually just comes about. The care then shows up that is needed and it starts to unfold. So hopefully, in all that I said that you might find, depending on the situation you're in, because I tried to cover both scenarios, whether somebody really needed help or if it's, somebody just being resistant and rebellious and they can take care of themselves where you don't have a responsibility in that. Those are two different things. So, anything else?
Well, and I think honest communication, really communicate with them where you're at, what's going on for you in all this situation, and your vision of what you think might need to be done and how it could be done so that they would be taken care of and be okay. And a lot of times they'll hear it, but they won't accept it. That's what I've seen, that's what I've witnessed in my own life. And then you just have to say, well, that's where I'm at right now. I may change my opinion tomorrow, but right now this is where I'm at. And this is what I've got to hold my focus on, is somehow to get these things done if you're not going to do them. And, it's just keep communicating, keep open and keep honest and keep communicating. And that's the best thing I know to do. And then sometimes you just have to take things in your hands and say, okay, for your safety, for your security, this is what we've got to do. I know this isn't what you want, but for you, this is what's got to be done because you're not taking care of yourself. And if you can take care of yourself, if you will take care of yourself, then the picture's changed. So I don't know the whole story, so I can't really speak to it fully. That's how I would handle it, just be honest. And let them know if you're upset. Let them know if you're angry. Let them know. But at the same time, do it in loving and always end in loving. Bring it back to the loving and let them know you love them and you want the very best for them. And since they're not giving themselves the very best and they're not availing themselves to the very best, you're going to do what you can to create a situation where they're going to be comfortable.
question about receiving God's love. Hi, Jim and Brian. I am new to ILM and have a question about receiving God's love. I have difficulty even perceiving it, even though I try to be still and just receive it. I have also had difficulty receiving love from people who clearly love me in my life. It feels like there is a hole in my bucket, and no matter how much is poured in, it keeps leaking out. It's also hard to love God back, as it feels like a strain and an effort when my tank is so empty. I have thought about two possible things I can do in meditation. Fake it till I make it. That is, imagine God's love for me. I do try this in meditation. It takes a bit of effort and takes my focus off simply receiving, but I move from imagining God's love to receiving it back and forth with the chanting in the background. Doing LAF on my resistance, becoming aware of the block and my frustration with the block and just loving, accepting, and forgiving these, then taking my attention back to the seat of the soul and being still. In the rest of my life, there is also room for more gratitude, so I intend to make that more of a practice in my life. I would love to hear your thoughts and any suggestions you may have. Thank you with love and gratitude.
Well, one thing I would say is what you're doing with the fake it until you make it is a good way to do it. It does work. And it does open the door that we have been keeping closed for a long time because you're moving the energy to open that door. But one thing that I would say is also spend time loving yourself. That hole in the bucket is because you haven't filled it up with your own self-love, love of who I am, love of who I am right now, not going to be or anything else, but love of who I am. And one thing I did when I was younger is I would stand in front of the mirror and I would just look into my eyes and I would say, I love you. I really love you. You are a wonderful being. You are a wonderful person. And I love you just as you are right now. And I want you to know that. And I want you to receive my loving. And I would just do it over and over in many different formats, different language. But I would always bring it back to I love me. I love who I am. And I had a thing where I had my inner self. I had the me, myself, and I. And so I would also say, and I love me. I love me. Me, I love you. And I love myself. And I just give my loving to myself right now. And I love I. I love who I am. And, you know, the more you can do that, just look in the mirror and just say all these phrases, you'll begin to create the loving within yourself. And remember, loving doesn't often have a tangible feel to it at first. But we say it, and the consciousness says, okay, so we've got to do this. And it'll begin to give loving to yourself because you're saying that. And then eventually you will feel it if you don't feel it right away. Just like I say in meditation, you may not feel God's love for a while, but if you keep opening that door and inviting it in, one day you're really going to notice it. You're going to really notice it, feel it, and then you'll really respond to it in a great way and just always be looking for more and more and more. But once you've begun to let that love fill you up that is for yourself, you create a space by which God's love can flow in easier, but also that self-love fills that bucket. It seals that hole so that any love that does come in, you will then receive and let it fill up to overflowing. And then you give of the overflow to others and into your life. But you won't have a hole in the bottom of the bucket that just leaks it all out again. I hope that answers it. Did you have an answer?
Yeah, I'll share a little more. Those I am statements, and you mentioned gratitude, literally saying I am grateful. The I am it's an inward action. It begins to pull the Spirit to you. So as you say the I am, it opens the door inwardly so that you draw God's love to you. By saying I am grateful, it literally draws it to you. So even the statements, besides what Jim was saying, is like, I am grateful for God's love. I'm grateful for my loving. And you just keep doing that. That's a way to not only practice gratitude, but open the door to receive God's loving as well through the action of gratitude. So the I am statements are very powerful. Now, if you want to forget everything else we just said, not do all that self-love work and gratitude work, just go in with the sacred name, the hue or the name of initiation if you received it, and just chant and 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 chant. And the chanting part is literally saying, I love you, God, I love you, God, I love you, God. And you just keep doing it. You're going to burrow a hole through all of these mental, emotional, and self-worth, self-value, self-love, all of that. You're going to burrow a hole through all of that just through loving God. I love you, God. I love you, God. Hue, 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 hue. And at some point, whether it's in one meditation or over weeks or months of doing this, you're just chanting, 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 chanting. At some point, you will have done enough in burrowing that pathway that all of a sudden, all that other stuff that has been blocking or stopping the love to come to you will just come crumbling down. Because all the chanting literally undermines the foundation and the walls that have created the separation. That's the fast path if you don't want to do any of the other self-study LAF work. I think the LAF work is great. To do that, I would do that in addition to just chant, chant, chant. Do them both, because then you get all bases covered. That's why we have them both. That way we cover all bases. So, but make sure in meditation, instead of trying to receive God's love, and that's fine, saying, I am receiving your loving, God. I'm grateful for your loving, God. I am loving you. I'm receiving your love. That's fine, because that can definitely work. But otherwise, just chant, 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 and at some point, you're not going to be able to chant anymore. You'll be tired. You'll start to fall asleep. You'll be peaceful, and you'll just kind of give up the chanting. And in that giving up, all of a sudden, you'll see the purple light show up. You'll feel the peace come with it. It'll just show up and happen. And that's receiving God's loving. So if you're seeing the purple light, if you're experiencing the peace, you already are receiving God's loving. That's how it is. So pay attention to that, because when I hear questions like this, usually I'll ask the person, if it's in person, do you see the purple light at all? Do you ever feel a sensation on the top of your head? Do you feel peace? And they often say yes. Well, you wouldn't be feeling that if you weren't receiving God's loving. Those are the signposts that you are receiving God's loving. So if you've been experiencing that, you already are receiving God loving. And if that's the case, doing all the self-love work Jim was saying, now we'll let it into a deeper level in those other areas where the bucket's leaking.
Yeah.
So I would just do it all. Do the meditation and literally just burrow your way through it all until all the walls cave in, and now you can't help but receive all the loving, because you've literally burrowed through all the, underneath it all till it just has to crumble, and all that's left is the openness to receive.
Thank you all for today's program. Every word seemed to hit home. We moved this summer into a smaller house, and we are in the process of sorting and releasing. It has been a smooth process, and I have been guided through it all. In today's meditation, I had the awareness of being in soul. Instead of doubting the experience, I claimed it as my home. After all, it was Brian who led me there, so how could it be wrong? Love you all.
Amen. That's awesome. That's the inner knowing. There's not a question. There's just the sharing of what you know. That's the best. Seriously. And it's great if you know it was with me or Jim or even Jesus or somebody else, but that the key is it's the job's being done, so to speak. You're getting home. That is just wonderful to hear.
Yeah.
And that's a good signpost to hear what I heard about the physical reflection, that the move was smooth and easy, I think they said. I can't remember. That's a nice outer reflection of, like I was sharing today, when you're really doing the inner work and things are opening and moving and coming into alignment, it'll work out that way. But it's great to have the inner experience as well as the outer reflection. So thank you for sharing. That's really nice. There you go. I love it. New beginnings and the birth of the Christ. That literally is what that talk was about today.
Dream interpretation. Aloha. So much gratitude for all of you at ILM and the meditations and sharings today. Thank you so much. I'd like to share an inner experience I had a few days ago in hopes that you may have some insights. I was on a small boat with 5 or 6 people that I did not recognize. We were out in the middle of the ocean and the boat was open to the elements. The boat felt so small out in the middle of the ocean. I could see the ocean swelling underneath us and wondered when and where the wave would come from. Then I saw the wave coming from behind and thought, oh my God, that is the biggest wave I have ever seen. It was a wall of a wave, and we would be falling off this wave wall, and I better hang on for the ride. We survived the wave, and we're back on the swelling ocean. Then right beside us, a rocket ship emerges out of the water, and then another and another. I wonder if one will emerge right under our boat and capsize us. They kept emerging all around us. They were so huge and close. I could see the flags of different countries on each rocket. I am exhilarated and amazed. Then I find myself underwater and swimming up to a window. I look through the window and see the back of a person at a control panel. Then I wake up and the experience is over. The dream was so vivid, it has stayed with me for days. In gratitude and so much loving.
You want me to start?
Yeah, go ahead.
So me, that dream is showing you, I'd call it more of a spiritual dream. To me, that's what we call the sea of life or the ocean of life. That is kind of the top of this creation. And it's a reflection of the ocean of loving, but it's the ocean of this world. And the ocean of this world is always going to have the choppiness, the chaos, the waves like that, the things that would cause us fear, the things that would try to cause harm or kill us. And to me, seeing all the rockets coming up in all the different countries is kind of letting you know it's about the world. And I mean, literally, those rockets can represent many different things, but right now I'm just going to leave it at that's just showing you that that's part of the world and the ocean you're riding. So that's what it often feels like, that we are just in a small little boat going throughout this world. Like we have no control and we're being thrown around by the waves of the world and everything that goes on. And it's good to come to that, because when you come to the top of this creation and see that, that says that you're beginning to wake up to the truth of all the commotion and everything of the world. We have to rise above that. So when you're on the top of the ocean, that's rising above it. You're still in it, but you're on the top of it now. And even though I know you went under the water, that was going back into part of the world and anywhere from the mental realm down and going into the situations where the lessons are to learn. So you're getting to see what the world does and how it tosses everybody around. But at some point in that tossing around, and you're going to learn your lessons, whether you get killed, boat capsized, and you never will get killed, by the way, even though it seems like you will, you just can't die. And that's part of the learning, is that eventually you're going to realize no matter how scary it is or whatever, you never die. And that's part of the awakening process, is getting past the fears of the world, but the fear of death, that we think the world can harm or hurt us or kill us. And that's a big part of it. Once you break through those fears is when you will be able to now rise above the ocean of this world. And that's the greater journey now, where the soul begins to step into greater freedom and eventually its liberation. Can you say again that part where they went under the water and looked at something?
Then I found myself underwater and swimming up to a window.
Okay.
I look through the window and see the back of a person at a control panel. Then I wake up and the experience is over.
That can literally be Lucifer, or one of Lucifer's helpers, that is showing you, you're waking up to see that element we call Lucifer and his helpers. They basically control the elements of this world to cause all the chaos and the storms upon the oceans and all of that. So to me, you going under the water and seeing the one who's controlling a lot is you waking up to that truth that goes on here. And seeing that, and that the wisdom, the knowing of that, assists the soul in letting go of it. And that's why we observe and go through these experiences. This is part of the awakening. Like I was saying, to awaken to the awakening process. This is a good example of awaken to the awakening process. You see these different levels. So to me, that's you now seeing all the games of the world and the karmas and the chaos of it all, so that you can see it for what it is and let it go and move on. And know you're going to be all right. You didn't die, the people didn't die. Even when somebody does die, nobody really does. That's one of the greatest illusions of this world, is death. And birth too, for that matter. So you're in a great place of awakening through these experiences, as scary as they may be or tumultuous. There are good experiences, and that all the souls are going to go through, so that they come to the realization too, like what we're talking about here. I know there's more in there.
Well,
so if you'd like.
the good news is you're on a boat on the surface of the water. You're not under the water doing all this. And to me, being on the surface of the water means that you're moving now more into looking for soul liberation rather than looking for satisfaction in the world. And that you're still witnessing on the surface of the water the storms, if you will, the waves of the water, and you're witnessing the chaos from the world below coming up and going out. And so I think it's now showing you that you're beginning to witness things from a very different place of observation and neutrality above the water rather than caught up in it. And that you can go down and look and see who is in control, if you will, of the chaos, but you don't have to be a part of that anymore. So that's good.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything we missed, Kelsie? Okay.
About a dream I had. Hi, Jim O'Brien. I had a dream where I received a note from Children's Miracle Network around Christmas time, and it said I had a gift outside my apartment. So my mom and me went outside my apartment, and on a hanger was my file box with cards and notes. It seemed my file box had been missing. It was returned to me. I noted to her that nothing like that had happened to me before. What does this dream mean?
To me, a couple things. One, hearing the Children's Miracle Network, to me, is talking about the child of God. That's the miraculous part. And the network is obviously all of God's helper that helps his children in this process of, in this case, I'd say the file cabinet is helping you to get your life organized so that you can realize the miracle of being that child of God that was delivered to you through God's network.
No, I think
Literally. I
that's-
mean, a file cabinet to me is organizing or getting things aligned so that everything now is being fulfilled and filed away or completed. That's about me, the karmas, getting all organized and taken care of properly so that that child of God now can realize the miracle that it is and God created it.
yeah.
Anything more to add? Or?
No, that's
I
very
like
simple.
that. Yeah, a nice, simple, sweet experience.
Well,
And if I want to look at that on another level, I would say pay attention to what in your life you need to get organized yet. Not just filed away, but organized so that it is all in alignment and complete inside of you so you don't feel incomplete, but that you feel complete so you can really now be fulfilled and realize the miracle of that child of God that you
Yeah.
are. Sorry, go ahead.
last week, Kelsie said about making her purpose loving God. I thought my purpose on this path was to get off the wheel of reincarnation.
Wait, let's get that clear. Everybody's purpose, and Kelsie said this, I know because I listened, everybody's purpose is loving God. And in doing so, the benefit of doing that is exactly what that statement just was.
Loving God is just a part of it. Can you
Other way
please
around.
clear up the initiates?
Loving God is all of it and getting liberated and off this karmic wheel of reincarnation is part of it. Just reversing it. Everything you're saying is really accurate, just reverse the priority of it. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm doing that on purpose because I want those statements to be very clear so that you focus God first, God only. If your focus is on getting liberated, you're focusing in the world. To get liberated, you've got to focus on God. So focus on God, you'll go to God, and the liberation will take place
Automatically.
automatically. You focus on getting liberated, you're focused into your karmas and trying to get liberated, and good luck getting to God. And I really mean that. And that's important to realize because so many times people get caught up in trying to clear their karma, and all they're doing is spinning their wheels and clearing the karma, thinking they're clearing the karma and often recirculating it, recycling it. And so to get out of that wheel, we need to really focus on going home to God, loving, and we do that by loving God. Loving God gets you home to God, lifts you out of all of this and gets you liberated. That's the way to do it. And maybe that's what you're actually doing. It's just the way it's being spoken about is the way I'm addressing, that's all.
Bless you all.
Oh, that was it?
Yeah, it just said, can you please clear up the initiate's purpose on the path, which you just did.
Okay.
So then the next statement is, bless you all.
Awesome. Well, there you go. No, thank you for whoever wrote that. That's really good. Those simple statements are so important because I know I have gotten caught up on the karmas and trying to clear them and what can I do. And even when I get caught up in that, all it ever does is cause me stress and suffering, and it just wears everybody out.
And there's so much karma you can't clear it all.
Yeah.
The key to the meditation is, in meditation, you rise above this creation and enter into the creation above, which is true. And when you rise above, all the things of this world fall away. All your karmas just fall away. And then you stand up here karmic free and able to stay there and go higher. So even while you're in the body, you can be right there, karmic free and moving higher and having wonderful inner experience, and yet you're living in the body down here.
Next.
Yeah,
We become awake to our awakening process, ... Thank you so much for that today. Total truth. As I say most days, thank you, God, for the awarenesses. I'm aware that this experience today is part of my awakening, and maybe it's just complete as it is, although some part excited to get even greater awakening would appreciate any symbols, guidance, clarifying. During today's meditation by Brian, the fountain part, what I saw as I went up each layer was a slightly smaller circle with the fountain streaming up from the center. Looked like a water fountain in the physical. Even trees are trimmed with the circles starting large at the bottom and getting smaller at the top. I saw them in a Japanese garden the other day. The columns of water was in the center. As I was getting to the top of the mental realm, I saw a star of bright white light. It looked like the star of Bethlehem, I thought. As I got to the top of the mental, I saw the lines of a tree form, when previously it just looked like a fountain as I went up. Like how we put a star on the top of a Christmas tree here. And then as I continued up, the star was being lifted up the columns through the etheric realm. Then I just kept seeing and feeling the star being raised higher and higher. There was no column around it anymore. It was just freely moving upward, seemed beyond the soul, and kept being raised further than I could see. I was doing nothing, it was just being lifted. Thank you so much for this journey, awakening, and your guidance along the way.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's very good.
Seriously, very nice. And I love the star because that's so true. The star can represent two different things. One, it can represent your own soul and your soul traveling up through the realms, but it can also represent the radiant form of the spiritual teacher that goes before you to clear the way. And in that, through that love and grace, that radiant form coming through the teacher that the star can represent, literally just clears the way for the soul and lifts the soul on up with it. And if I heard it correctly, it sounded like that was the case, like the star went before them and up higher and beyond where they could even see or go. And that's the truth. That's what the spiritual teacher does for every disciple on the pathway. That's exactly how it works. So that's a really good representation of how that is. And nicely done. It was nice, I'll have to say, to have a meditation like that today. It's been a long time since we've done one like that. So it's great to hear. Thank you for sharing that.
Dream. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you all at ILM for this class today. I really appreciated the longer guided meditation today. I was able to feel loving pouring in even though I have a headache. After Jim's talk, I said, it's hard to be grateful. Then I said, it's easy to be grateful, and felt loving pour in again. Lately, I've been feeling a knowing that God is always with me. This is new for me since before there was a question a lot of the time. Now, even when I have ups and downs, I have this calmness present, just knowing that I am moving with God. At the beginning of this month, during meditation, I had a dream that I was pregnant during this non-stop time in my life. I became aware that the Father, not anyone I know in real life, didn't want to help. This was disappointing, but somehow seemed right. I was considering if I should keep the baby or get an abortion. An abortion sounded like a huge relief, but the thought of keeping it filled me with so much love and joy. I felt the baby move in my stomach, and I knew somehow I would make it work. I've had thoughts on what this dream could mean, but I'm curious to hear your interpretation. Much loving and gratitude.
Go for it.
So let me start the first part. One, that is our hope for everybody, to experience on a daily basis like that, knowing that God's present with you. That's just fantastic. And the fact of having that awareness, one, not only makes life easier to get through literally everything, but also is to me the truth of what's happening spiritually for you that is reflecting down into the body consciousness. That's your inner knowing. And that inner knowing, that's the true anchoring in spirit. When you have that, nothing can shake you from that. Even a boat ride on that tumultuous ocean, like that other experience we had, it just won't shake you because you know the truth that no matter what you go through, that's your anchor, that's your foundation, that's your stability through everything. And that really is the truth. And usually that level of, that depth, that level of understanding or knowing doesn't become that strong until we really do start, for sure, rising above the mind and into the soul realm. And that's, to me, what's going on right here. When you talk about getting pregnant, that's often referred to as the spiritual birth, where the Christ child within is now, in a sense, in gestation to be born, which to me is symbolic of you're in that process now where in a short while you're going to really move into the soul realm. That's the birth of the Christ child, is that birth, that going through that. Now, I understand the circumstances around that seemed a little bit like the father didn't want to have any, thing to do with it, but that can also represent that which is of the world, because the world does not want to have anything to do with the soul or the child of God. And to me, that's what the father in this case represented, was the element of the world that doesn't want to have anything to do with that spiritual birth of that child of God. Did I cover it? Do you want to say anything more?
No, I think that covers it.
So
The child represents the spiritual self that's going to be born now because of where they are spiritually in their movement and growth and awareness.
that's all right. You don't have to tell me. You can look in the camera and tell them. I've had that, so I understand it.
Yeah. So it just means that you're moving towards taking responsibility now with your own soul and in a sense giving birth to the soul so it can now begin to truly experience more fully on all levels and then return home to God. So that's good.
See how much more you said for that person and telling them instead of telling me? Kelsey's laughing. She thought that was funny. It's true, though, but I like hearing it again. And I do want to say, this is awesome hearing these inner experiences people have. We've got such a good representation today of all kinds of different things. And hopefully in hearing our interpretations of this, people can start to get an understanding of that spiritual journey and how this works. Because this is common for everybody, these types of dreams, or a lot of these dreams really are more the spiritual dreams or the journey of the soul. So these are really good representations. And I know we haven't heard any too really weird or bizarre dreams yet, because most people don't write those in. Feel free to write those in too. Those are the ones people are scared.
Those are the ones you'll answer.
Those are the ones I'll answer. Because most people feel too guilty or ashamed or bizarre, because they're often violent or sexual or this or that. But those are the ones that usually have so much energy wrapped up. One, just by expressing them helps it to free it up from inside of us. And then often you'll find that the way Jim and I will interpret and share about them, what you think is such a negative thing you'll see how it's actually a good thing and is actually benefiting you, and you're learning and working through the karmas to get free of them. So I encourage that as well. It's just really nice representation today, though.
That was a very good setup for this next one.
Oh, perfect.
This person.
I can't tell you how many times, and I'm going to put Kelsie in a spot too. Kelsie's come to me multiple times saying, "Oh my God, I had such a weird or bizarre dream or experience." And then she tells me, and I almost laugh because I'm like, "Oh my God, you really are that innocent, aren't you?" Because it's nothing compared to the stuff I've walked through. That kind of says a lot about me too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
But seriously, it's so important. Dreams reveal so much. So thank you.
So the
Go for
title
it.
is Try Not to Laugh.
Oh, I can't guarantee I won't. But if I laugh,
You say that to Brian, and that's
you know if I laugh, that's because the joy is present from the freedom that is coming through the experience. And that's really the truth. So
Well, this person says they feel like a complete freak with this meditation.
that's why I just said, how about that? I had no
So,
idea.
perfect setup.
See, I love how Spirit works that way. It really does. So good. I'm glad we got one of these. Go for it.
Thank you so much for all your beautiful sharing today. I'm going to apologize first because I'm not very good at explaining with words. I normally draw or paint meditations, but this one is effed up. So my meditation started with me sitting on a sofa. I could hear a scratching noise coming from within the sofa, so I reached down between the cushions and something gripped my arm and started ripping it off. I tried bringing myself round from meditation, but was completely paralyzed and couldn't move. Someone started saying, Hamakum over and over again, and I finally came to. My questions are, is paralysis normal during meditation? And can we be too open or open-minded during meditation? Much, much love and light to all you beautiful souls.
Oh my God, that wasn't bad at all. Oh my God, just like you. It's like, wow, really? That was all? Do you want to start?
You should hear some of his from Brian's years ago. Oh my God, 22 years ago. Oh my God.
Violent, sexual, unbelievable. Like, oh my God, I'm going through hell. Am I ever going to get liberated?
So go ahead and explain this one.
Why do I always have to do it? Why don't you do something? Because? What kind of an answer is that?
It's a good answer in my mind.
Oh, first of all, is it normal to feel paralyzed? I'm not going to say that's normal. I'm going to say that does happen from time to time.
Yeah.
I've gone through a lot of that. Many people have. Don't concern yourself with it. You may experience it once and that's it, or you may have it multiple times. Just remember that no matter what we go through an experience, it literally is serving a purpose. There's something we're working through, something that is awakening within us, something that we're learning through every single experience we have, no matter how bizarre or hard or bad or good it is. There's always something there. And so I always encourage to look at that. It's as simple as asking, what am I learning here? What am I learning here? What's my experience? What am I learning in my experience here? Because here's another way to say, have you heard of things like analysis paralysis? What is that saying? We get so caught up in our mind because why? Because we are trying to figure stuff out so we can get it just right, just perfect. And we're so afraid to do it wrong that we get paralyzed, literally just by our thoughts. So you look in yourself if that's been going on for you with this dream. The other part of it, in the couch, to me, so in your home is in your consciousness, the couch, you know, I hope that's not the seat of your soul, but, you know, if there's a... all I can think of is cat scratch fever. There's a monster cat in your couch trying to rip its way through there and tear off your arm. Well, you've heard of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Well, now we've got a monster for an arm. I don't know. So I would look at your arm that was torn off often represents the left side, if I heard right, the left arm. Is that right?
Doesn't say, no.
Oh. Well, I don't know if I should say that representation. Let me phrase it differently then. We utilize our arms for reaching out, for good and bad. Good and bad. So if an arm's torn off, it can either be the negative forces trying to create fear, tearing off the good arm, trying to scare you from doing good. Because if you reach out to do good and all of a sudden you have some bad experience, like you're doing good for somebody and then they come back and attack you, make you wrong, put you down, then you start to wonder why. Wow, why should I try to do any good for anybody, because this is all that happens, is all the bad. And then the other side is the part where we reach out and do bad things, whether it's lying, cheating, stealing, 7 deadly sins, whatever we're doing, copping a feel out there in the world. Well, then that can represent now whatever this is within you. And the couch represents a part of your consciousness coming up from within you, now tearing off that part that is trying to reach out and partake in something bad, so to speak. So we've got the good and the bad of the world. So whatever that arm is being ripped off is telling me that whatever your lesson is around, whatever you're reaching out for to participate or take hold of in the world, that is now coming back and being fulfilled. It's coming to an end. It's being torn off, destroyed in some way. So good or bad, it doesn't matter. But in this case, I'd have to say it's something that you have probably looked at as a bad or a fear or a negative in some regard, just because of the circumstances, regardless of which arm it was or the experience. So one thing I like to say in the experiences like this that seem harsh, hard, scary, bad, fearful, all of that, is that often we will have dreams like that when something is coming to a completion. That's the good part of this. Like, another way to look at this is like, if there's something you've been doing in life that you've carried a lot of shame or guilt around, that shame and guilt is the bad that's been eating you up inside. So by having an experience like this, some part of you that has felt bad in the couch to come off and rip off another part of you, that's what shame and guilt does inside of us. It eats us up. So that thing coming out of the couch is the part that's been eating you up and now ripping off this part that your arm represented of whatever the situation was you partook in that caused the guilt and shame. The good news is that in this dream state, your consciousness is working through that, and it's self-fulfilling by ripping that off. That's bringing it to an end. This is where dreams that even seem so negative and bad are actually really good, because to me it says that you've probably been doing the meditation or at least the LAF stuff to work through this so that it's getting worked through your consciousness. So I would look at this as a good example of one of those bad dreams that I'd call a good experience. Would you like to add anything? You can tell them in the camera, though.
I know. Well, I would talk about the paralysis more than
Go for it, because I think it's all part of it. That
Yeah,
ties
it's
into
part
that,
of it, yeah.
around the fears.
The thing is, fear really paralyzes us in the world. We just stop and we don't know which is right or wrong. We don't know which direction to go. We don't know why this is in our life, whatever. And it stops us. The fear stops us from moving forward. And so in a sense, it paralyzes us. But the other thing on paralysis is that I would have to ask, is this paralysis of you coming back into your body at night and you find you can't move a part of your body or you can't move the body at all? Or is this paralysis in the dream state and you're just paralyzed there? To me, that would be the fear. Fear is the paralyzer often. But in the body, if you're coming back in the body and you're realizing your body's not responding and you're in the body but you can't get it to move, that means that you just haven't gotten into the body fully yet. And so give yourself a moment and you'll be in the body and be fine.
So she said that what brought her back is someone started saying Hamakum over and over, and I finally came to, and I Googled Hamakum, and it means the place, perhaps meaning the omnipresent. It's Jewish, it's Hebrew.
Yeah. So I would just say, it's just saying that to get yourself refocused and not be scattered is to bring yourself back to the sacred name or whatever that's going to be that will help you to call yourself present once again into that spiritual beingness that you are.
And that's a good example of spiritual assistance on the other side that'll assist us for our greater good. Sometimes God or a spiritual assistant of God will literally chant like that or do something to assist us to come back to ourselves to get that fulfilled and complete so we don't go off course.
So the last question was, can we be too open or open-minded during meditation?
Oh, no, never. Ever, ever, never. Don't ever, ever allow yourself to believe anything like that.
No, there's nothing to be fearful of. So there's no reason not to be fully open. And really what you want to do is be open in the soul, not open-minded. Open-minded is still a limitation, and you're still caught up in the world. Let the mind be open, but go above the mind and really experience beyond the mind now.
One of the things I've shared in the past, and I know a lot of people, because most all the world, spiritual pathways, religions, teach about spiritual protection. Biggest fallacy. In my opinion, the worst thing that anybody could be taught. Why do I say that? What is there to protect in truth? When you, the soul, are one with God, you never die. If you believe, notice I said believe, it's all from the mind. If you believe you need to protect something, you're buying into the illusion and limitation that keeps your soul separate from God, or your belief of that. So if you let go of all your protection, what are you really doing? You're letting go of all your fears that you think you need to protect yourself from. And what keeps the soul entrapped? Fear. So if you think you've got to protect yourself, it's because you truly believe there's fear you need to protect yourself from. And the belief of that is what keeps you separate from God. The biggest thing I learned is to completely surrender even to the negativity, the fear. Let Lucifer himself come and try to kill you. I literally have done that over and over and over. And every single time I just go ahead, kill me, do whatever you want, because I know I cannot die. And as soon as I acknowledge that truth, and I mean this in spirit, I've had a lot of out-of-bodies in spirit where I have done that, and as soon as I acknowledge that truth, because it is true for everybody, as soon as I acknowledge that, it all disappears. Mm-hmm. The illusion disappears because I am not buying into the false belief that it is real. Fear will always play 7 deadly sins. Fear will always play on your judgments, your lust, your greeds, your fears, your everything. Always will play on that. That's why you want to let go of all the beliefs, let go of anything that the mind would create to limit the soul. So just like you would surrender to God, and I remember years ago when I told people, surrender to Lucifer, surrender to the negativity. We're not worshiping Lucifer, we're surrendering. What is that in the Bible even? Resist not evil. I never hear anybody talk about that. Resist not. That's all I'm saying, resist not evil. How do you do that? You become vulnerable, you're open. I don't resist you, go ahead. Do whatever you want. That freedom is what sets you free, because you are giving yourself freedom by not believing the lies that Lucifer is trying to perpetrate through the mind. That's how you get liberated. That and the sacred name, because the sacred name gives you the grace and the power to be able to step into the truth and declare that for yourself. And when you can do that in your own soul and it's empowered, then there is nothing in this creation that can hold you down. And then that's when the soul will be lifted up now fully back into the spiritual realms. Because I used to do a lot of spiritual protection, psychic protection, all these things. And all it did was limit me, it created more fear in me.
Yeah, it does.
It actually perpetrated the fear, created fears. I started making fears up out of nothing, superstitious, in other words. It started creating superstitions in me from people teaching me this that were supposedly spiritual and knew I trusted and believed they knew what they were talking about. Come to find out, not really. But again, we're going to go through these things so we have our own experience and learn that. But that's also why when I make statements like this, people think I'm putting down other people and pathways and spiritual teachings that they're doing. I'm just saying this is what I've learned in my experience, that most of that is all false because the ones teaching it haven't had anything beyond that to understand that and are not going to until they can really get beyond their own fears. That's why we teach this pathway of liberation and what it really means to get beyond our fears and what it takes. That's why so few people do it, let alone have the understanding of it. Good one. Thank you. Go for it.
We have two more, but this
Okay.
person just wrote in and said it was this person's left arm.
That's perfect then, because the left arm often represents the world or the negative.
Yeah.
So that's what I thought when I said it. I could guess that just because of the circumstances and what they went through. Yeah. So I pretty much answered that. So thank you. That was actually good. And if anything, that just kind of confirms and verifies what I was sharing.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. A dream and then a question. I love today's meditation. Thank you. I was hiking with a friend of mine without actually being masculine. She's always super athletic with a lot of yang energy, and she was leading the way in the dream. A man I didn't know joined us or was hiking with us all along. We were on a ridge and got to a section of the trail that went through a kind of cutout section in a huge boulder. The cutout was open on the right side to fall off a cliff, and went across a pool of water in the rock. But a cube-shaped pool, or rectangular, about the size of a hot tub, but not hot. The water was almost level with the trail. The only way to move forward on the trail was to bend down and go through the cutout through the water. And then they say in parentheses, I apologize for any discomfort to the gentleman in particular, but it's a part of the dream. I had she's going to talk about her period, so she's apologizing to all you men listening right now. I had just gotten my period and didn't want to go through the water. I didn't want to bleed in the water and expose my personal circumstances with the blood. And even if that didn't happen, I didn't want to do the rest of the hike wearing wet pants and the equivalent of a wet diaper. At this point...
I apologize for my laughing, but I understand. It's cute. But I love it when people actually have enough courage to admit things like this. I find it very freeing, and that's why I laugh. It's joyful for me.
At this point on the trail, I balked. My friend hadn't even stopped to blink. When she came to the water, she climbed right into it and across, and then stopped to make sure we were following. The man also crossed quickly. I looked at the water and the pathway and considered my options. I looked at the narrow ledge holding the water in on the right side and looked to see if I could possibly climb across it and get through without getting in the water. It looked dicey and dangerous. I stared at the trail and the ledge and the pool grimly and slowly shook my head. My friend was impatient. The man started to come back across to offer assistance. At that point, somehow, that entire section of the boulder and the water dislodged and fell off the trail towards the right, taking the man over the cliff. Oh my God, Ryan. Don't make me laugh. I have to get through this. There's only like a few sentences left. My friend and I were shocked and devastated, and she was absolutely enraged with me and blamed me for not crossing the water. We didn't know him, but it was horrible to see. Sorry.
This is a good one. I love dreams like this. There we go.
She felt I was responsible for it. I don't recall feeling responsible for it, just that it was awful, and I couldn't believe she was blaming me. That's it.
I want to hear this interpretation.
This one's an easy one, though. So, to me, the boulder represents something, let me just say, your judgment and fear around your period in the water. So, to me, that says it's really more of a mental and emotional, more emotional, because water often deals with the emotions. So, to me, it's saying whatever that emotional fear is, and then the mental, that created that around shame or guilt or whatever it is around having the period and the blood in the water. So to me, this is saying whatever that is where you feel embarrassed or ashamed in situations like that this was really showing you if you're going to go, the mountain and the ledge to me is climbing the inner mountain, going up through the different levels within yourself, the inner kingdom, for the imagination, the emotions, the mind, and so forth. So to me, that one opening tells me that saying, now it is time for you to walk through this fear or ashamedness or judgment that you have running around this, because it's the only option. If you had other options, I'd say, then you're still learning. But now that you have just the one, that to me is saying it's time for you now to address this, to love this, to forgive yourself for any fears or judgments around it. And to me, that's what it represents. And you trying to figure out all these other ways around it, so you don't have to, in other words, it's called avoidance. You are trying to avoid this. So in avoidance, pay attention to how it stops you and the things in life from you doing your journey, your pathway, let alone literally living physical life, but especially mentally, emotionally within yourself, working through the inner kingdom with the LAF and what stops you. So to me, that's saying all of your wanting to try to avoid and find a different way through that is how those limiting types of fears and beliefs will literally stop us. And the other people in there, to me, represent different aspects of yourself that are running unconsciously, like a part of you, like the male, that maybe has been trying to help you out, but then that part that's actually trying to assist now gets knocked out by the boulder. I would say, have you had experiences in life even where you confront this inside of yourself and somebody tries to assist you through this or something similar, and you decide not to do it, and then something bad happens, even to the person that is trying to assist you? Like maybe you refuse or resist, and then maybe you have an argument or they get upset with you and you guys part ways, or at least some big argument where you go into separation for a while. Because those are the things that physically happen when I hear these types of dreams that you'll see in life. And that's why I'm sharing that, to see, for you to pay attention if that's happening in your physical life, because to me the dream says that's probably what's going on. So in situations like that, I always talk about confronting and not avoiding. To find a way to confront these things with loving, accepting, and forgiveness, and communicate what you need to communicate. It's simply called be honest. For me, I would literally, if I were a woman, saying, I got to admit I'm really afraid or ashamed right now. If I go through the water, I'm having on my period, it's going to be a mess, and I just don't want you to see that. That's the type of thing I would do. I could tell you some of the things Kelsie said to me, but I won't. What? They're good examples. She's laughing. I love putting people on the spot. I'd only do that with her, but I won't go into the examples. But they literally are good examples. The level of honesty and communication to really take care of yourself, to let go of your own fears, judgments, guilt, shame about anything, especially bodily functions. I mean, seriously, everybody has them. That's why you hear me get crude and the potty humor and all that. I do that for a reason. Not only does it make me laugh, but the reason is most people carry judgment and fear around that. So hopefully, in the way I just crack up and be silly and don't give it a lot of energy, I hope that makes it easier for people to do the same for themselves. That's my reasoning for actually outwardly expressing all that. So to me, the person trying to help you, when you avoid and resist, eventually the help there gets knocked away. Don't worry, you'll get other assistance. It'll come up when you're ready. But then even when that does happen, another part of your consciousness that realize you avoided or missed the opportunity now gets upset. So a part of you gets upset and mad at yourself for having missed the opportunity that was there for you to step through your fear or judgment and get beyond it. I hope that's clear. You said you wanted to hear the interpretation. There you go.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah, you think so?
I think so.
Is that your opinion, your judgment, or the truth?
Judgment. No, it's the truth.
So there's a question for Jim. Jim, did you say earlier that when you saw the bright light, Holy Spirit, over the congregation in church saying the Our Father prayer, that the Holy Spirit, the light, also came into the communion host?
No, those were two different events. With the Lord's Prayer, and I saw really the light of their own soul that is inside themselves at the seat of the soul come alive and brighten up and fill the church with pure white light and loving. And then the other would be when the minister or the priest put their arms and hands out to bestow a blessing on the Eucharist. They call in the Holy Spirit, they ask for the grace of the Holy Spirit to bless this and so on. And I saw then the coming of the pure white light of the Holy Spirit and bless the host because the minister had called it in. And to me, it was just saying, I can call the presence of God in myself. I am my priest. I am the minister for my soul. And I can call that present in my life, but I can also awaken it up from within myself if I will look up and really give attention to God.
Grateful for all service you give us all.
So are we.
So there's one more that just came in. Do you want to
Sure.
wrap it up or go for it?
We can do that, but that'll be the done.
Okay. Hi, Jim, Brian, and Kelsie. Today has been so incredibly helpful and perfect, and thank you for your meditation, Brian. It was so powerful, nourishing, and perfectly timed. I had been looking for a recorded Isla meditation that was exactly what today was.
Wonderful.
2 quick questions. Dream. 2 days after initiation, I had a dream that Dunnick and I had to go to a party somewhere in Hollywood or Beverly Hills area. We flew there, but just in our own bodies. As we got closer, it was a gigantic palatial home. Sorry, I don't know. And was some sort of fancy cocktail party. As I was walking through the party, somehow with my sharp stiletto heel shoes, I was clumsy and somehow I accidentally stood on Brian's lower abdomen and made a bloody gash on his stomach. Somehow he had been near or lying on the ground. He instantly pulled out a huge needle, like a diabetic one, and just injected it into the wound and healed it. I apologized, and he unequivocally made me feel fine and not at all bad. He just dealt with it and assured me it was absolutely no problem at all. You want the second one?
No, let's do that one first. To me, that is a nice example of how the radiant form will work with the student, often to sometimes take the brunt of things for them to assist them through their karmas. And that's part of what the radiant form does, is there to assist you to work through any angers, frustrations, judgments, fears. And sometimes on those inner levels like that, we'll literally take the harshness, whether it's coming from you or directed towards you, to assist you in moving through those things within you. So in this case, it was a great representation to show you that you don't have to be concerned or be afraid of hurting me or Jim or whatever that is you're doing that may cause harm to others, that spiritually it can be healed just like that, because truly nothing can harm the spirit. That's just the truth. Now the other part of it, saying to me, walking on the stomach and the lower abdomen, to me that's dealing more with the lower emotional and the astral or imagination levels in the lower stomach there. So that's again a level of learning to see where maybe through whatever you do in life that you don't honor and you just walk over those things. To maybe pay a little more attention. I mean, the lower abdomen can literally be around the sexual or around desires or how you appear, your image in the world, like you mentioned, like Hollywood or Beverly Hills. In palatial, that can be literally fantasies we have around desires in the world and appearance or abundance or wealth or fame or things like that. And again, that's just that level. That the same type of thing on higher levels is more moving into greater spiritual, like palatial can often be expansion into greater higher consciousness spiritually. So this can also represent now the higher spiritual action that you're doing, in that karmically you just had to work through whatever that is in the lower abdomen area. And I would say to just take a look at those things, if it covered any of the things I just threw out there, to look at that. And if it's not that, but you have an awareness of something else, work the LAF with it. And just know it's all fine, and the radiant form is going to love and support you no matter what that is, and it's all okay. Really is. Believe me, I've taken vampire bites and all kinds of stuff for people. I'm not kidding you. And it doesn't cause me any harm. Maybe temporarily, it may hit me energetically, but just like that, it gets taken care of. So that's where, that's part of the service action the teacher gives. And not to worry, but to use it as an example and to support you. Don't take for granted or walk over even the spiritual teachings and the spiritual teacher, but to honor what's there for you, to realize that literally the teacher or the radiant form will go to whatever extent is needed to assist you to get free of all your fears, judgments, so on and so forth, and to rise above it all. Do you want to add anything?
No, that's very well put.
And I'd say, I know you mentioned a person specifically, I'd say one of two things is, one, that person there is just saying to me that you have closeness of some sorts and in a relationship, that you're just kind of sharing and walking the pathway together like a friend would, and that's a great support. So there can be a wonderful service there that that person can be serving and supporting you as you're doing your journey as well, and through your friendship even for them. But in this case, since it was your dream, I'd say that's a nice support and service to assist you in walking the journey.
Recently in meditations, I have had a reoccurring theme where a thin gold disc comes and slices through the top of my head, just above my eyebrows, then exits the other side. It comes in the left and exits the right, or comes through the front and exits through the back. Then in yesterday's meditation, the lower part of my leg was filled like a rainbow, and I was in a position like an athlete's leg about to run a race at the left side of my head. Yep, that's what it says. It had a strap on the top of the leg. The leg started to run as if the race began. The strap released, and then the leg ran through my head, became my full body, and ran out through the right side. It felt free and so light. Thank you again for your incredibly loving and committed service. I am so deeply grateful to you and each of you.
You want me to do this again, or you want to do one?
No, I'm fine.
So, to me, the golden disc or whatever slicing through it is obviously the spirit and your soul. That golden light is the soul, and right above the eyebrows, obviously, this is where we meditate, and this is where the soul, it's like the halo. It can either be a disc like that or a ball of light. It's the halo, so to me that says that that part of you, the soul, is cutting through all of that which you've, in a sense, blocked from allowing that now through this action of loving, it's cutting through all that so that you are really going to now be present with your soul and focus on this. And the other part of that is part of that I would say is part of the spiritual journey where we talk about walking the pathway. Well, in this case, to me, that says that this leg is about you walking the pathway, or in this case, running it. There is such a thing often called the spiritual quickening. So to me, that's what I would interpret this is that spiritual quickening, that now you've got this leg like a race that's going to move fast. And that's what spirit does. When you really start to really embrace and commit to doing this spiritual journey, things can move very fast. And so to me, that's what that says, is that now with the soul cutting in, you're going to live the soul, and now with that, you're going to run the spiritual pathway rather than just walk it or crawl. But things are going to start happening fast for you now, and that leg just represents to me the freedom, the liberation, the quickening, that movement now to really run the spiritual pathway rather than walk it. And to me, that's why even through the head or up by the head is representing that of the soul, the spiritual pathway. That's why I'm interpreting it that way, because the head is the higher centers, which are the spiritual centers, and the leg being there, and then going into the leg and the body is, to me, you now embodying running this pathway, that you're really going to now fully start doing this and experience now more that quickening, and you're going to see even your life start to speed up, let alone the karmas you move through in the process. And that's what happens, especially if you've just recently got initiated. You're gonna, the first maybe even 2 years, I'd say, are usually a lot of that quickening. The first 2 to 3 years, things really speed up in your life. Sometimes you'll feel like after you've done this pathway for a while, sometimes you feel like you've gone through several lifetimes in one life. That's part of, and I'm not kidding, that's part of.
No, it's true.
Did that cover it all?
Okay.
Cool. And did we cover the other dreams from that earlier email?
The last one was
Yeah.
one of the dreams. There are two
Cool.
more.
Awesome.
So
That's fine for right now.
Yeah.
Because it's late, and I
Yeah.
think we need to.
I kind of was waiting to the end to see if we had time
Yeah.
to do all three of them.
Yeah.
But I got
Perfect.
one of them in, and then one of her questions.
Awesome.
So,
Okay.
Good deal.
yeah.
Thank you. Well, usually in a lot of what we share quite often answers people's questions and their own experiences anyway. You learn how to while hearing all these Q&As, hopefully you guys are learning how to take that interpretation and apply it to your own. So,
Awesome.
All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you all very much.
yeah.
It's been a wonderful day, and I've had some real good inside experiences, and I like that. And so
Yeah.
appreciate all of you being here, and looking forward to the upcoming retreat. And then from there, we'll see you next month for sure after that.
Amen.
And thank you, Tanya and Abe. And Tanya said she's going to make a highlight of Brian's meditation today. So
good.
if you go back to the website, give her some time, like maybe tonight or tomorrow, but you'll be able to rewatch this entire broadcast. And then below it will be the highlight where you can just click on and listen to the
Wow.
meditation.
Cool.
Excellent.
And you can also find it on YouTube. So, yeah.
We're
Enjoy.
everywhere. We're
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Yep.
Enjoy.
Yeah, so it'll be ready pretty quick. Yeah, just wonderful. And just, I love the theme that I had. So, new beginnings and the birth of the Christ.
Yeah.
There we go. That's the theme I'm going with today.
Alrighty.
All right. Love y'all.
Thank you very much. We'll see you again.
See you next
Or
time.
you'll see us again.
We get to watch a camera, look in the lens.
Yeah, really.
Thank God there's no boundaries spiritually.
Yeah.
All right. Till next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.